Say? What do I always 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 say, dude? It's what do I always say? 30% of Americans will agree on anything. Say the line, chat. It's like a muscle. There's no shot. Don't tap the glass. We've been talking about women's rights for far too long. How about it's time for women's wrong? Meritocracy is a fucking lie. Blammo. Rule number 1, get nukes. Rule number 2, never give up the nukes. Rule number 3, if America or an imperial superpower tells you you have nukes, drop everything and find nukes. They want their biases to be confirmed. Kids are no content, okay? Let people be cringe. Show me the fucking pay stub. Just be fucking normal. Holy shit, dude. You go to the gym that much, you're gay. Every guy can be a 7. Absolute bananas mode. Yes, the reason why what do I always say is probably the most said line in this channel is because I unfortunately have to repeat myself every single day. Being a Twitch streamer, especially a leftist political commentator living in the United States of America and consistently talking about issues that pertain to like American existence in contemporary society, means that I have to repeat myself sometimes numerous times over the same hour, over the same broadcast, and certainly over the course of a year or multiple years. Sakura Gore, thank you for the 25 get the subs. Decked out the wazoo. In our current capitalist economic system, the gains are privatized, but the losses are socialized. Society prospers when old men plant seeds for trees they will never sit in the shade of. The only phrenology I believe in is cop skull. I am your dad. I fucked your mom. That's precisely why you can look back at videos that I have cut from like 2016, 2017, even before that, and look at the exact same arguments that I am using back then and have it apply perfectly, unfortunately, perfectly into our current existence. What's up, everybody? If you're going to do an accent of people who have like been historically colonized, you have to do it well. You have to do it well or else it's racist. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live early, coming to you live early. Early bird catches the worm from somewhat sunny but very windy California, Los Angeles. We're at the heart of the fog, the main place where the fog is implemented. All the chemicals in the air in stolen land. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it's the mist. It's here. What is the fog doing? It's the nexus. We're live, and I hope all the boys, girls, and Emmys are having a fantastic one. Regardless, though, it is Thursday, December 18th, 2025. I'm in a lot of pain overall because I'm old. I'm an old man, and this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. And the personal news, honestly, the personal news segment has basically turned into the segment where I tell you about, you know, the different pains, the different pain points in my life. Because that's just what it is. That's just what it is when you're an old man, okay? And as far as the pain points goes, injury update time, foot still sucks. The black and blue, purple, the bruises have moved into the crevices of my toes. Where you have toe jam, I have black and blue jam. I will not be showing you the foot one more time because you guys absolutely hate it. I know. And yeah, recovery is still taking place. But the problem is, I don't know why, but I have back pain. I have freaking back pain. Just cut it off, bro. I know. Do you ever get an injury where you're just like, I wish I could just like, boom, hit something and then get like in a video game, I wish I could just like hit like a medevac pen or something. But yeah, I have back pain most likely because I'm and I haven't been working out or anything, but it's because I've been like putting weight on different parts of my body, and it's fucking annoying. It sucks. It sucks really bad. I wish I could just like stim pack myself and get out of this conundrum, but I can't. Dude, I'm 32 with Cicacia flare-ups. It sucks. Sciatica, you mean? But yeah, I can't wait till you finally become the silver fox you are meant to be. What are you getting Kaya for Christmas? I don't want to tell you what I'm getting Kaya for Christmas because you guys will be annoying because it's like content related as well. On the struggle bus with you, but only 26. Broke my ankle Monday, getting surgery tomorrow. Oh shit, that sucks, brother. Why don't you go claim your med bed? I wish I could. I've been calling the Trump administration every day, demanding my med bed. Demanding my med bed every day. I'm like, when is my med bed coming in? When is my med bed coming in? And it's yet to come in, and I don't know why. But in any case, personal news wise, ended the broadcast last night. I was and I did an interview with Global China Times, Global Times China. It's the premier English language Chinese newspaper under the People's Daily. It's pretty big. It was a very interesting interview, though. It was about the trip that I did to China, but I'm very excited to see when it comes out. But I was putting the I was putting the Chinese reporter on game about I was putting the Chinese reporter on game about like basically getting telling her, and maybe even the party on game about like doing more soft power initiatives, doing more cultural exporting, because there's such an untapped well of culture in China. In any case, I told her about how I watched Karl Marx anime and how it wasn't very good. And there needs to be less of that and more Black Myth Wukong, and more Black Myth Wukong, less Karl Marx anime. So, what is this? NBA TikTok and NBA Twitter's getting into politics? Yeah, hood genius. Our Chinese comrades might save us from the impending server farm dystopia. The Karl Marx anime was hideous. Why did they animate it like that? Because they're fucking leftists, dog. What do you mean? Like, liberals and leftists in general are responsible for such amazing art, but when it comes down to like educational material, I think they fail. I think they fail quite spectacularly. There's no It's more so just like slamming as much dense educational material into whatever format fits. You know? It sucks. And it gets boring. And it's edu-slop. Actually, I wish it was more slop. What lessons do you think China is learning from America's sharp decline? I don't think Chinese people are talking about America's sharp decline like that. I think they more so are just like, at least the people I talk to are just very excited that seemingly less people every day hate China, and they see that as a major W. At least the interview that I did, which was, it didn't even feel like an interview, honestly. It felt more like a questionnaire on what China could do. But Trump is rescheduling weed right now. Good. You need to reprint the Get In, We're Doing a Coup, America's Favorite Hobby. Kurunet getting a lot of compliments lately. Oh, yeah. Well. Puka Nakua's brother was arrested for stealing a Lakers player's BMW. Yeah, I saw that. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, where was I? Oh, personal news wise. Personal news wise, not much else going on in my life, at least. End of the broadcast, went to sleep. I actually didn't even end up watching any like the Fallout 2, which I was intending on catching up with because the second season's out. Went to bed, woke up, didn't really do much, just showered and prepped for the day, and that's why I'm early. And I'm also kind of bummed, let's be real, because there's nothing going on in my life. The light has been taken from me. I've become more depressed every single day because I can't do the things that I normally would do, which is going out, being in the real world, being around people, and playing sports, working out, things like that. But it's fine. It's gonna get better. Pandemic Hasan is back. Yes, I'm getting fat again. I'm on my fat arc. Bro, I'm on episode 1139 of One Piece and my eyes can only cry so many tears. Oh, I'm crowed. I'm crying too. We crowed. Anyway, you're bumming me out. Well, apologies, but my shit sucks. Okay? It could be worse. The economy wouldn't be so bad if people weren't buying $30 instead of $2. I know. The doll economy is what's fucking everything up. Bro is early. Yes, it's because I'm on, because I have an injury. That's why I'm early, and there's nothing else going on in my life. So that's the reason why I'm early. This is a reminder of the pandemic days. Yes, we're back to 2020 Hasi. Let's be real. Hogfest is starting. Amerifest TPUSA. We'll obviously watch that as well. I'm very excited about that. Thank you, Themasius, for bringing that up. Obviously. Trump addresses nation in failed speech. Are we going to war? POTUS claims Venezuelan oil is ours. DANBONGINO back to podcasting. Kennedy Center, now named after Trump. You make $1 million. You make millions of dollars. Just pay someone to give you a piggyback ride and run you around South Hollywood. Not the same. Not the same. Just doesn't work that way, you know. Toilet paper USA Amerifest starts this weekend. New hog watch. Get in No. Twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Okay, do we have a... Nah, man, it's the Kubota Pokemon card economy that's going to pop off. Oh, dude, I've seen that one. Did you hear about the U.S. citizen who got detained deleting his phone history before it was checked at the border? Sorry if you are planning on covering. I only caught a headline and I'm wondering if you know more about it. No. I don't know more about it. But yeah, apparently there's a new JCS as well. I don't know. Is JCS still got motion? Does it still have the juice? More perfect union on modern socialist cooperatives in Italy. You know what's really funny? Cooperative corporations in Italy. We're so back to like 2015 politics. I can't wait for like anarchists to start getting mad about like the minutia and accusing everyone of being red fash or something. You know, like that's so gritty posting. We're so back. What will be the 2016 era gritty? Or sorry, 2026's gritty. What will that be? It took a decade. Woke 2.0 starting to resemble some of the elements of woke 1.0. Now, don't mistake me. I'm not saying that that's a bad thing overall. What's the foot looking like? Bad. Trump live signing something about weed. I know he is. I guess we'll get started there. Fuck it. Why not?
Is so, then it'll open up a whole new method of treatment for our veterans with regard.
Yeah. Everything has to be done through the point of veterans, dude. Yeah, we'll get the veterans on some kush.
On behalf of the American Legion for this executive order.
Thank you. Such great people.
Thank you.
I feel like it's pretty funny that's like hello. I feel like it's pretty funny that we're talking about like medical marijuana still. Brother, I think like we've moved beyond medical marijuana at this point. Like it's time. The new meta is like ketamine, right? And potentially like microdosing psychedelics for our veterans. And these guys are still on that old shit, talking about rescheduling marijuana.
Of cannabis. Yes, cannabis can be addictive. And certainly people, adolescents and children may be the most vulnerable.
Can be addictive.
But we cannot close our eyes to research and the opportunity that we are hearing from patients that for some of them, cannabis can solve their problem. And so what we need to do is
Eric Swalwell calls out Puka. Yeah, I saw like a bunch of like advocacy groups actually getting mad at Aiden Ross and Puka for doing like the like Jewish merchant, greedy merchant memes. But I think is so far we're so far lost on this sauce on this stuff that it's just not
better.
I don't think it'll be like serious motion
to protect those that are most vulnerable. So thanks very much.
Great job. Thank you very much. Thank you, Doctor. Bobby, do you have something to say?
I'll just echo thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your leadership and vision and finally getting to closure on this issue.
Come on, man. Legalize TRT, brother.
This is a question, a scientific question, that has divided our country.
I have an idea in my mind. It's a steroid Ozempic cocktail
on one side,
where you get shredded and also put on muscle mass.
Cannabinoids and THC can have miraculous effects on chronic pain, on epilepsy, on PTSD, on chemotherapy-induced nausea. My friend Howard Kessler, without whom we wouldn't be here today, has drove this.
Every time I think about like RFK being the head of HHS or talking about any health initiative, maybe it's my lizard brain, but it's quite difficult for me to look at this guy and go, oh, I'll have what he's having, you know? Like when he talks about health initiatives, even if it's something that I agree with, I automatically assume I don't agree with whatever he's saying because clearly it's not working. You know what I mean?
Health impacts, and impacts particularly on young people. So we haven't been, the evidence on all of these.
I've
is
never looked at this
anecdotal,
man and went,
hypothetical,
that's
because
the
we
guy.
have not been able to do
That's the
scientific
beacon of
studies.
health and
There
excellence.
is no
He seems to be doing quite all right.
standardized dosing. And if you don't have standardized dosing, any study that you do is comparing apples to pears. And we don't know the difference between botanicals and,
Oh my God, he's
and
falling
synthetics
asleep.
and all of these questions.
It's because he's off that good shit, dude. He's off that good kush and alcohol. He's got bad bitches he could call. And no, I'm not talking about Melania. I'm talking about Laura Loomer. Okay?
And disorganization that. And I want to thank President Trump, who made the promise during the 2024 election that he was going to come in and solve this issue, that he was going to take decisive action, and he has kept that promise today. And so thank you for President Trump for your
Also,
vision.
we're blasting off.
And because of that,
I'm gonna
we
keep
will have
spamming it.
answers
Go-
very soon. This will
Go
finally
like and
allow us
or
to study
repost
this
it on
issue
Twitter.
and to answer
Let the
these
people know.
questions for the American people.
Thank you very much.
Can you fix the audio? I can't understand. Brother, that's just that's how he sounds. I can't do anything. Kush good. Kush so good. Got me feeling like a dementia patient. Me too.
Came to see me on more than one occasion, actually. And he had some real difficulty about 3.5, 4 years ago. And he went through hell. And during his going through hell, he probably sampled everything you can sample when you're going through that, Howard. For sure. And he came to me and said, there's been nothing like this, and we're going to have to take a good, strong look at it, and that's what he asked me to do. And others have likewise said that, many others, I mean, you know, again, it's, I've never been inundated by so many people as I have about this particular reclassification. And I don't know that you have anything to say, Howard. If you'd like, you could say whatever you like.
To ever try pot? Yes, I used to smoke. I used to smoke weed quite frequently, actually, but I don't anymore. I haven't smoked weed in a very long time. I don't prefer weed anyway. I prefer.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And I'm
I
far
prefer
younger than
mushrooms to weed.
65, so this does not pertain to me.
But I don't do a lot.
Thank you.
I don't do a lot of drugs.
I
I
don't
do
want
any
it.
drugs other
Okay.
than like
I'm not going to be taking
caffeine.
it, but a lot of people do want it. A lot of people need it.
How did
and,
you stop? It just wasn't
Thank you,
for me.
Howard, for
I appreciate it.
really opening a lot of eyes. Okay, we'll sign it. We'll take some questions from the press. You can ask the doctor some questions. And it's an honor to do this.
They did We Are Charlie Kirk. Oh, hell yeah. They're unironically leaning into the We Are Charlie Kirk shit. NDMA clears anyway. Are mushrooms legalized in California? I don't know. I think it's like decriminalized maybe. I mean, a lot of this stuff is just illegal. Let's be real. Or was illegal. At least when I was chiefing up. When I was chiefing up, like Chief Keef, brother, when I was smoking that good kush. Oh God, it's so fucking lame. Anyway, but yeah, when I was smoking weed, it was definitely illegal. I'm old. Many of you don't remember this time because you were like 8, but there was a time in the United States of America where it was fucking very illegal everywhere. That is not the case any
It
longer.
was never any good. I'd like to see the
Deport.
money that is going to the insurance
I'm an American
companies
citizen,
by the
brother.
hundreds of billions.
Yeah, when I do it, it's okay. Remember, you know how it goes, right? When white American citizens are doing crimes, that's fine. When it's actually a crime that we suspect a migrant or someone who is like maybe a naturalized citizen, not a natural born one, but a naturalized U.S. Citizen, then it's an issue. That's how it works.
Unaffordable for people. It's a bad thing. We can have a great thing. Let the money go directly to the people and let them buy their own health care.
But this is an urgent problem, Mr. President. Is there anything you can do now, Mr. President?
Can I answer, Mr. President?
This is going to be right now, as far as I'm concerned. Go ahead.
We just got data today. We have federal exchanges where people come shopping for the ACA. And the president hasn't heard this yet, but we've talked to the team. The percentage change from last year
I've been hearing a
was
lot
down
of back and
2.7
forth
to
about this
2.8%.
and controversial
Not the
opinion,
massive
and I'm
numbers
not
that have
saying
been
this because
predicted.
like I'm
And there's many
Turkish,
possible reasons
but
for
people
this.
apparently
But right now Americans are signing
actually
up for these
think Dr.
programs,
Oz might be the
despite all
only
things that
good
have been
person
going
in
on.
this
2.8%
entire
is a tiny
in
fraction
the
of what
entire
many
federal
had claimed
agencies
would
team
happen.
that
And I
Donald
think it
Trump
speaks to the fact the
accidentally
American
put
people
into a
appreciate
position of
these
power.
ACA plans
No,
are
I'm
already
serious.
subsidized over 80%.
Partially because the bar
So
is
it's a
in
good
hell.
deal.
Also, partially because he is a real doctor before he was a TV doctor and a scammer. But no, no, he's not a good person. He's not a good person. And he hasn't done a lot of good in general throughout his career. He was a fucking charlatan, a scam artist, all of that stuff. I'm saying, when matched with the performance of every single other person that Donald Trump has actually elevated to a position of power, a lot of the people that are looking at this stuff from afar unironically think Dr. Oz has been doing a fairly decent job in comparison to everybody else. And I have seen some chatter about him potentially taking over HHS in general. You know, I mean, we have a fucking podcaster who can't even touch the ground when he's sitting on a chair running the FBI. Okay. Yes. Why does the bar matter? He's a doctor, not a lawyer. No, that's what I mean. Like, he's not. L streamer bro forgot the rage bait all stream so far is getting boring as fuck fast. I'm a tweak on the ice if it doesn't improve in like 5 minutes. L streamer, where's the rage bait and entertainment? Brother, I don't know if you are lost, but I cover politics. I mean, the rage bait in and of itself comes from how fucking stupid this administration is, but I usually just cover politics. I don't care. Make it work. Okay, I'll get to it.
She's fantastic. She's a fantastic person.
Thank you, Mr. President. Some GOP lawmakers have written to you in recent days saying they're concerned this executive order could normalize drug use for youth. How would you respond to that?
Yeah, like I was saying though, like I was
I
saying,
think I'd let one of the doctors respond to it because they can do it a lot better than me.
show your foot to
I can only tell
subdue
you
them.
that when
Yeah,
you
I'm
see
not gonna
polls
do
of
that.
82% of the people want
It's
this,
always funny when people realize
when I
most of
have
your
friends
coverage
that
is
are
boring
really,
news.
really
I mean,
sick
it's
and
boring,
they've
but
gone
we
through-
make it less
I
boring.
guess you
Also,
could say I'm fortunate I don't
American
wanna
news
be
is not as boring as like news in other countries, I would say.
These are people that we know
Because everything is so fucked. It's a massive shit show. So it's entertaining in and of itself.
When they go through this horrible ordeal of cancer or other things.
Hey Hasan,
and
black
they
people
realize that
love you.
This is something that
Cool,
makes them
thanks.
feel better
I love black
without
people.
All of the side effects of some of the drugs where you're just
There's a lot of
totally
S's,
knocked
man.
out and out of it. But I'd like to have one of the doctors maybe respond because you people do it better than anybody.
I'm happy to respond. I
Yes.
mean, and my answer is we have had cannabis scheduled for how long? And it hasn't
I love
prepared
this lady.
neither the
The way
adolescents
she says
nor the
cannabis.
adults. We have 20 million people in the United States with a cannabis use disorder. This is not legalizing it. It's making easier to do research so that we can use it when it is indicated and optimally.
So it's also a big part of this is research. In other words, you'll now have a much larger sample and you'll be able to see if it's as good as many people say it is. I mean, people say it is beyond good, and you'll be able to find that out now.
On housing, you talked in your address last night about housing.
Yeah.
Are you still considering a national emergency over housing?
I'm looking at it.
What would
yeah,
that look
I'm
like?
looking
What would
at
that
it.
mobilize?
You know, there's two thoughts on housing. You have a lot of people have housing that because we have
Puka
such a strong
apologize.
economy, such a strong market
Stand up
there.
to,
Houses are very
and then put the
valuable.
stand up
It's a
to
big
Jewish
part of
hate
their,
as a
net worth. their
timeout.
house.
Puka said timeout.
I don't want to knock those numbers down because
Hit the blue
I want
square
them
and
to continue
everything.
To have a big
I told you, man.
value for the house. At the same time, I want to make it possible for young people out there and other people.
He got the boss
buy housing.
call.
In a way, they're
I don't
at
think it's
conflict.
going to be that.
In other words, you create
I
a
don't
lot
think it's
of
going to be that
housing, all of a
consequential in
sudden it
general. But
drives
it's
the
like
housing prices
this is the
down.
type of shit that you
So I
don't.
want to take care of the
You
people that
definitely
have
don't need
houses
to
that
do.
have
You know what I
value
mean? It's just not.
to the house that they never thought possible. Sort of
You
make
just
them
don't need to do that at all. There was no point. There was at no point where you
Gotta be careful with that. I wanna
like
keep
there is
that
no
money.
reason for you to put
I
yourself
wanna make it,
at risk like that.
possible for people to go buy
But
houses.
yes, it's the one kind of DEI and woke that still works. Okay, that's it. the only woke that still works. Can you explain to the folk at home what cannabis is? Shut up. Excuse me, did he seriously announce Patriot games with a boy and girl from each state? Am I hallucinating? That's what he said, yeah. Yeah, devil's lettuce, lechuga, weed,
They're incredible. They're
Kush.
the finest people. They're protecting us. And because of tariffs, we're taking in billions and billions of dollars more than we ever have before. With no inflation, by the way. With no inflation. You saw the inflation numbers. They just came out today. What great timing. Practically no inflation. And yet we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars.
Okay,
And
after last
this is
night's
small potatoes by
crack-induced,
comparison, but it's a way of taking care of our
after
warriors,
last
our
night's
soldiers.
crack-induced incident,
And I appreciate that question, Dan.
where he did this like,
You just posted on X, your press secretary.
where he did this crazy fucking national address that everybody hated, that even the Republicans couldn't really defend,
Well, I was honored.
and very quickly moved on from. He's back to talking about how great the economy is.
Surprised by it. I was
Inflation
honored
not
by
at
it.
3.1%, but
We're
instead
saving the building. We
2.7.
saved the
It's so
building. The building was
fantastic.
in such bad shape, both physically, financially, and
Bro,
every other way,
I
and
saw
now
Matt
it's a
Walsh
solid
being like,
base.
that was so stupid. Matt Walsh was like, why would you interrupt my Survivor finale?
On the 23rd.
I wanted to watch my Survivor on television, and then I found myself watching Donald Trump yelling at the TV anyway. I hate that.
Back strongly. It was in very bad shape, very, very bad shape physically. And we were also to get
Scream at the mic about how you're imagining an affordability crisis. It's like he's Brandonizing. He is Brandonizing, but it's also in a very Trumpian way, where, you know, Brandon was like, oh, you guys are imagining the affordability stuff. Come on now. You know, your turkey dinner got like 10 cents cheaper this year as opposed to last year. Here, like they were just basically chucking like dimes and quarters at the American working class and being like, what? It's raining. You have money now. Shut the fuck up. And now Donald Trump is doing that, but he also has like a more angry tone to it as well, where he's like, Biden fucked up the economy. He ruined it. He ruined the economy so bad. And also, the economy is good now. And if you don't say it's good, you're a fucking idiot. You're a hater. I'm going to put you in prison. You have to say the economy is good, or else the fattest ICE agent you've ever seen is going to come knocking down your door and put you in a fucking detention facility.
And, you know, every time they take too much time, then Russia changes their mind. 27,000
We're hiring
soldiers
the
were killed
fattest
last
ICE
month.
agents.
Think of that. What do you think of that, Doc?
The
There's
least trained.
27,000. It's like a half.
Nobody's
a
done it
football
like
stadium
me before.
killed in 1 month. And it's that way. It's anywhere between 20 and 30,000. Mostly soldiers. Also some people from Kiev and other places. But largely it's the soldiers. They're losing their lives. Nobody's ever said anything
It's
like
like-
it's the worst since World War II. And, you know, you've heard me say I settled 8 wars. Some going on for 35 years, one going on for 37, one going on for 32. And
Yeah,
8
that's why
wars,
he's
and
starting
I
a
thought
new
this
one,
would be
guys.
an
Come
easier
on.
one. This is
He
because
settled
of the
8
animosity,
wars.
the hatred. It's a little bit more difficult than we thought, but there's a chance we can get this done maybe soon.
Sir,
Remember that 25 to 30,000 people being killed a month, young people being killed a month. Steve, please.
When do you expect to make your announcement about the new Fed chair, sir? Before the end of the year, what do you think?
Over the next couple of weeks. I mean, I don't know before the end
Yeah,
of the year, but
honestly,
pretty
we
soon.
owe him a war when you really think about it. Is right.
North Carolina tomorrow night. Tell us what your message is going to be there, sir.
Say what?
When you go to Rocky Mount, North Carolina tomorrow night, what's your message going to be?
Well, it's not going to be that much different from what I did last night. I mean, we've had tremendous success. We're bringing prices down. We inherited a mess. And part of what we inherited was the worst inflation in 48 years. I say history, but We had the worst inflation. It drove prices up, and now we're bringing those prices down. But I'll be talking about that. I'll be talking about the fact that we secured the border, where literally nobody can come into our country illegally anymore. They came in from prisons and mental institutions and drug dealers and, a lot of bad people from all over the world. Venezuela emptied their prisons into our country. We had Tren de Aragua.
Every day I think to myself, this can't be appealing to a lot of people. And every day I find out, no, people still like this shit. People just like, they like being lied to. They enjoy it. They're like, no, you're right. All of my problems are actually related to immigrants. Okay, well, Donald Trump has started doing mass deportations and your shit still sucks. So what's that about? He's like, well, I guess we just haven't deported enough migrants yet. Okay, got it. All right, cool.
Before
Any day now.
I came into office, they couldn't do that. They were getting badly hurt in many cases, and beyond hurt, killed. So we were losing people. We were losing, on average, a person a week. Can you believe it? More. And now we haven't lost anybody in a long time. I consider the two people that got so badly hurt, the National Guard, that's a different city. That was terrorism. And probably terrorism, maybe terrorism, because they were unhappy with the tremendous success we've had, because they don't want to see this country be successful. But Washington, D.C. now is a safe, beautiful city where the restaurants are booming, the town is booming. People walk to the restaurants with their wife or their children and have a good time. We were losing all the restaurants. We were losing our life in this. We were just the whole heritage of Washington, D.C. was down the drain, and we brought it back. And now everybody's thrilled to be here. It's the hottest. It's a part of the hottest country anywhere in the world. We become, in 10 months, the hottest country anywhere in the world. And I say it all the time, we were a dead country 1.5 years ago.
Do you expect to meet Prime Minister Netanyahu while you're down in Palm?
Yeah, he would like to see me. We haven't set it up formally, but he'd like to see me. We've had great success. Peace in the Middle East, aside from everything else. We now have peace in the Middle East. Yeah, he'll probably come to see me in Florida.
Egyptians as well? Are they
I'd love to have him. El Sisi, he's a friend of mine. Yeah, I'd love to have him. Thank you very much, everybody.
No, he got bored. He got bored. He got bored. I love how we forgot about mass shooting in Washington, D.C. Yeah, like one of our own CIA assets got activated on the National Guard in Washington, D.C., and Donald Trump seemingly has forgotten about all of that. Yeah, I mean, look, I try to comprehend what could possibly be redeemable about this administration. I try to put myself in the mindset of the average hog. As you guys know, this is my favorite thing to do. And I just don't see anything. Like, there is not, like, what is there to look forward to with what is there to look forward to with the Trump agenda, with the Trump admin? Everything is shit. And it's not even entirely Trump's fault either. As I said before, a lot of the stuff he did inherit / also participated in when he was president in 2016. But every time he's in charge, he just seemingly accelerates the demise, right? So what is there to look forward to? I mean, I guess it's just the distractions of the Patriot games. We're really doing bread and circuses, Roman Empire style. Like, it's just straight up, UFC on the lawn of the White House, or the Patriot games, or shit like that. Oh, the World Cup's going to be here. No one is even thinking about, like, the amount of money and logistics required to put that stuff together. No one's thinking about what that's going to look like with the Trump administration's insane tourism policies. Like, are we just going to deploy what remains of government funds to make sure that we hire enough ICE agents so they can carefully comb through the hundreds of thousands of people coming to the United States of America to watch the World Cup, like their 5-year social media footprint? I guess we'll just, toss AI onto that, have AI tackle it. Guess that's the way we do it, right? I suspect that'll be how it goes. There's a thesis to be written about how hogs must know that shit will only ever get worse in the U.S. and they can only care that it'll get worse as a white country as opposed to a multiracial brown one. Yeah, it's just the most insane cope of all time. Okay? The idea that I know there is a major financial crisis that's imminent. The economy is in the pooper, and our corrupt billionaires are much more brazen and much more open about their corruption and their wheeling and dealing. And life for the average American is getting worse every day. But I think if we just eradicated some of the browns, some of those pesky brown folks, some of those pesky black folk, then we could, then things would be better. It's just cope. Right? It's just cope. Especially is spectacular cope in a nation that is comprised entirely of immigrants. Right? Oh, as long as we blow up another country in the global south, things will get marginally better. It's not. It's not going to get better. And I don't know how much, how motivating this is for people. Absolutely no such thing as must know. The simple reality is lying to yourself is incredibly easy for human beings, and they believe the fantasies. That's simple. Doesn't matter how much evidence stacks up. They will never accept that they were made fools for believing in this. As I've said before, there's only so much distraction that you can feed your brain that helps you forget about how difficult things are for you in this affordability crisis, where the government is readily admitting that there are recessions taking place in different parts of the country, right? There's definitely always going to be people who try to cope with how awful things are by fantasizing about harming those who have less than they do, harming an imaginary villain that they've propped up in their minds. There is definitely some power to that, right? But I assume that at a certain point you have to recognize okay, all the transgenders were banned from athletic competition. They were all banned. They can't participate in high school swim meets anymore, right? Did that actually do anything for you? I wish more people would ask this question. It's one that I ask all the time, knowing full well that was always going to be a distraction, and it wasn't going to make people, it wasn't going to actually satisfy people's more understandable material needs, their material desires, right? But I wish more people in positions of prominence, more people with influence, people in the Democratic Party would just be like, hey guys, Trump did that. He's in power. Do things feel good for you? Does it feel like it's working? Because it doesn't feel like it's working at all. Maybe we should try a different alternative, a different vision. Anyway, here we are. This is, I disagree with the previous sentiment. Everyone absolutely has a breaking point. People are forgetting the promise of America is we get the treats. If we don't get the treats and life continues to get worse for people over time, they will realize they're a frog in the boiling pot. No amount of brown people are stealing their jobs can ever make you unrealize your groceries are 3 times more expensive and rent isn't going down. Yeah. No, I definitely think that whichever administration is in a position to try and manage the marketing, try and manage the PR, the demise of American empire is always going to have a difficult job. Okay? It's not an easy job. It's not easy if Brandon's doing it. It's not easy if Trump is doing it, especially in the absence of like sweeping change that they're promising. And in Trump's case, that sweeping change is not actually in the direction of solving any of these issues, and instead, in many circumstances, making the problems worse. Like his big solution was tariffs. Everybody fucking hated it. It played a role in making things more costly. Also, I do feel like this is the most anti-gamer administration we've ever had, because part of what they've done, part of what they've done with their extra focus on both data centers and their focus on AI has unironically made so many of the different components that gamers need for their gaming PCs more expensive, the tariffs as well. So this is objectively the most anti-gamer administration we've ever had. And yet there are still so many gamer hogs that think like Donald Trump is the fucking great messiah. Have fun with all of that, guys. Unprecedented levels of monopolization taking place. All of that is leading to worse services and worse products overall for a higher price point. And on top of that, you get none of your treats. I think lots of folks are too committed. Your questions are correct, but if they begin questioning Trump's lunacy now, then they have to accept that maybe all along they've been supporting someone who destroys and disrupts rather than creates and emboldens. And I think the people who vote for Trump don't have the social capital to accept this. Yeah, I understand that. I'm just talking about people in the margins. There's always people in the margins. There's always going to be people who, at a certain point, recognize that maybe this wasn't the right thing. Maybe the hopes that they placed on this guy, maybe that was false hope. Maybe it was on his false promises. I'm always going to be here to accept those who actually make that change, who actually engage in that radical act of recognition, you know, because I think it's a important thing to do. I think it's a powerful thing to do, and it's good for people to not find themselves rudderless when they actually do take that next step. I think most people recognize this shit is rigged and isn't working for them. They just don't have organization that collectivizes their power in order to change it, or even direct them to more productive outlets. That's the other side of this. That's why I yell at the Democrats quite a bit, right? Because it's the most common position. Dude, this is all fucked. Both parties are actually working for the powerful. And that statement in and of itself is not the worst statement to make, right? It's not a bad statement. There is a lot of truth to that. It's like that equation of dumb guy says, both sides are fucked up. And then at the middle, you have the partisan guy who's the actual true stupid. And then on the bottom, on the other side, in the top 1% of intellect, you have both sides are actually, participating in this bourgeois democracy. I think both sides are bad. One side is worse, certainly. But I do think, the reason why I do yell at one side, the Democrat side especially, is because they seemingly have no investment in making the necessary changes or even galvanizing the public in a more productive manner, moving them in a more productive direction. So that's why we're in this never-ending spiral.
Evening, America.
President Trump addressing the nation in a combative and defensive primetime speech, placing the blame on Democrats for the economic challenges happening under his administration.
I am bringing those high prices down and bringing them down.
It's always good when you start off by saying, a year into your presidency, I've inherited a mess. Okay? It's always good when you have bold leaders that are taking ownership over taking ownership over how terrible things are going. And instead of taking ownership over it like a good leader would, instantly choosing to blame the previous administration for the economic hardships that Americans are experiencing, only to then turn around and say, actually, there are no economic hardships, as a matter of fact. I inherited a mess, and there's actually no mess any longer.
Very fast.
But polls show that's not the reality for most Americans. While some grocery items like eggs are down, economists say Americans have paid higher prices on everything from lettuce to beef to coffee because of the president's tariffs. A new Quinnipiac poll reveals 65% of voters say the state of the economy is poor or not so good, with 50% saying Trump's policies are just making things worse. The president, well aware the economy will be front and center next year's midterms, suddenly promising a cash giveaway, announcing his administration is sending out checks for $1,776 to military service members before Christmas.
1,450,000 military service members will receive a special, we call Warrior Dividend before Christmas, a Warrior Dividend in honor of our nation's founding.
You know what that's about, right? Police are looking into the potential ties between Saturday's shooting at Brown University, Monday's fatal shooting at Massachusetts Institute of Technology at his home in Brookline, Massachusetts. Oh, shit. Is this like an assassin? What the fuck's going on? But why would an assassin do a random shooting at Brown University, seemingly, and then go after like a nuclear scientist? I don't know. I mean, just because the cops are looking into it doesn't mean that there is a real connection between the two. Anyway, we'll look into it. We'll look into it a little bit in a second, because I want to talk about Donald Trump's 1,000 $776.10. Here is what I wanted to show you guys. Yeah, war update, everybody. In the heels, coming off the heels of Donald Trump talking about how he's going to war with Venezuela because apparently Venezuela has a bunch of sweet oil sitting in the ground that belongs to us. This announcement kind of feels like steak and lobster dinner.
We are sending every soldier $1,776.
Yup. Guys, you can get one stick of RAM if you're lucky, okay? It's all good, everybody. The amount of crayons you can purchase with $1,776, oh, it's pretty good. Pretty good. Maybe one stick of RAM, whole stick. Stick of RAM, sign me up. Yeah. It's the sour oil we talked about yesterday. Yeah. It's not the good oil, but it's still good, I think. Hasan, when you look at the current situation in Venezuela, do you interpret the crisis as a shift from state-centered socialism towards a form of state-managed capitalism, or as a more complex geopolitical restructuring where sanctions and external pressures reshape the country's class dynamics? It's definitely external pressure playing a major role. I mean, there's obviously countries will always have issues. Countries are always going to have issues with mismanagement, especially countries that aren't the United States of America. I mean, we have issues with mismanagement, right? But when you actually lean into certain pressure points and cause instability, when there are competing factors with ideological and material needs, especially those in the capital ownership class that do not like where the country is heading, and they align with this major imperial superpower to destabilize the country further and to actively do coups d'etats, some of which that fail, many of which that fail. And then on top of that, you get the mother load of sanctions. It's not going to be easy to recover from that. In that process, you are going to make decisions that are repressive. Political repression is going to be commonplace. This is not an excuse for said leadership. It's just a recognition of how people get there. Anyway, U.S. soldiers suspect deployment of steak and lobsters hit DFAC menu. Yeah.
Has steak and lobster. How's your steak and lobster?
All right, damn near decent.
How's yours?
I'm ready for war.
We're going to war. I might have to double it. I had to run it back.
So much. I like a little of it.
Steak and lobster. You know what that means. We are going to war. To war we are going. I'm gonna eat good now.
This is an old video? No, I know this is an old video. Wait, what? Chat, I know this is a compilation of different times when they've served steak and lobster. I'm saying that the reason why we're showing you this video is because it's an explanation. I'm explaining the concept for people that don't know. Usually before there's like any sort of serious military action, any sort of like serious escalation, soldiers get served steak and lobster dinner before deployment. It's a telltale sign of things to come. Joke explanation stream, I know.
All right, y'all, prepare yourself because we must be going to war or something. We gotta be going to war. Ain't no way.
Those funds were rerouted from funds approved to increase housing allowance payment for active duty families. Probably a net loss for many troops. Yeah. An army marches on his stomach. It's wild how much they're leaning into numerology with the 1776 bonus and the 11,888 murderers entering our country and shit. Wait, what? I don't know about that. Of course, they will also be fucking over homeless veterans at the same time. What is this? There's currently a mass shooter on the loose who killed 2 students this past weekend at Brown University, and FBI Director Cash Patel is coordinating a manhunt in Rhode Island. Wait, what? What does this have to do with the fucking over homeless veterans? What? This video is old because there are black people in the military. There are still black people in the military. They just don't have the shave slips any longer. Okay, so when you see black people in the military and they have like massive bumps on their face now, that's because of Pete Hegseth. Okay, they didn't quit. They just now have folliculitis all over their fucking necks and their faces. You know? That OSIN account is a Hasan hater, by the way. I don't care. Let him hate. Yeah. Where's my warrior dividend for having to pay double the cost on coffee all year because the lard-ass president tried to extort the Brazilian government into exonerating its crook former president, which also failed. He just started a 27-year prison term. Yeah. Well, you know how it is. Anyway, nothing a good deal of war won't solve, everybody. You'll forget all about it when we wage war with Venezuela because they're holding our land and our oil inside of their national boundaries, of which they thought they had sovereignty over. Duh. That's unacceptable. What are we talking about?
In 1776, we are sending every soldier.
I'm calling this the Chevron War, okay? Chevron is seemingly the only company that is still allowed to take oil out of Venezuela. I wonder why all of the other oil that's leaving the Venezuelan coastline is actually our oil, but it just hasn't been our oil yet. Okay? It's just waiting to be our oil.
$1,776. Think of that. And the checks are already on the way.
The president says that money is coming
Can
from...
you explain what they mean by Venezuela stole our land? I have no idea what they're referencing. It's bullshit, chatter. There's no rhyme or reason. They're just claiming that America... Look, it's the same exact colonialist argument that the British made when the Iranian government under Mossadegh wanted to take a closer look at the extraction process on Iranian oil fields that were being run by British Petroleum, okay, by BP. It's the exact same argument. They're like, oh, we built those refineries, which is bullshit. But regardless, like Americans built those refineries. Those are, the oil being extracted from the ground is supposed to be our oil. I don't know how else to describe it other than they're just stealing or they want to steal. That's it. BP stands for British Petroleum? Yes. Just like when Iran was like, hey, we want to look at these contracts because this is our oil and it feels like you're fucking us over. Maybe we want a little bit better of a deal. They were like, no, you can't do that. That's completely unacceptable. Here's a coup. Have fun with that. We're putting the Shah in charge. They're trying to do the exact same thing and using the exact same methods and the exact same statements. This time in 2025. Here's Hussein Doru. The West, including Israel and the U.S., is pushing for regime change in Iran, claiming to support democracy. But 72 years ago today, this is back in August 19th, they overthrew Iran's democratically elected Prime Minister Mossadegh in a CIA-backed coup, shaping the Iran we see today. With the help of the British, the CIA overthrew Iran's democratically elected Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh, who had nationalized Iranian oil in 1951. In 1951, Mossadegh's National Front won the majority of seats in the Iranian parliament, and the bill to nationalize the oil industry was passed with overwhelming support. This put Mossadegh on a collision course with British imperialist capitalist interests. And much like in the case of Venezuela now, Mossadegh wasn't necessarily taking the entirety of the extraction industry and completely nationalizing it. He simply wanted to take a closer look at the contracts, the long-term contracts that British Petroleum, or rather the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company at the time, the ridiculous exploitative contracts that they had, where it was, exploited Iranian workers and pretty much the entirety of the Iranian oil that belonged to the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company. They wanted to maybe demand more of their own natural resources. They demanded more revenue generated off of their own natural resources. And the British did not like that. Instead of offering them a fair deal potentially or negotiating with the Iranian population on what I consider to be one of the most justifiable points, they chose to overthrow the democratically elected Iranian government and install the puppet leadership of the Shah, which was incredibly ruthless, incredibly oppressive, torturous regime, really. And that, of course, led to the Iranian Revolution. But this is initially something that America involved itself in. If you're wondering how Khomeini came into power, this is how. Okay? And if you are also wondering why, like, people consider the Ayatollah to be a revolutionary figure, this is also the reason, right? Today known as BP, rejected Mossadegh's offer of talks and told British technicians that they shouldn't work with their counterparts from the new national Iranian oil company. British warships also blockaded the Abadan oil refinery. The British government imposed economic sanctions on Iran, banning the export of sugar and steel. All British staff in Iranian oil fields were withdrawn, and Iran was prevented from accessing its hard currency in British bank accounts. British Prime Minister Clement Attlee considered seizing Abadan by force, and his successor Winston Churchill took an even more hardline stance. The British took the case to the International Court of Justice. Still, judges ruled they had no jurisdiction over it. Okay? British spies in Iran worked to undermine Mossadegh by bribing candidates during the elections in 1952. MI6 officer Robert Zahner spent over 1.5 million pounds in bribes smuggled in biscuit tins, while his colleague Norman Derbyshire admitted that the coup cost over 2 million pounds. The British persuaded the U.S. Secretary of State John Foster Dulles that Iranian nationalism was a Soviet plot. This wasn't helped by the fact that the Communist Tudeh Party, who had previously denounced Mossadegh, had decided to reverse their position and support him. By early 1953, U.S. President Dwight Eisenhower agreed to launch a joint coup with the British known as Operation Ajax. The CIA officially admitted their involvement in the coup. Still, the British have refused to acknowledge that they were involved. Okay, the U.S. and Britain not only wanted to regain access to Iranian oil, but also wanted to stop the Iranian nationalist movement that was linked with Mossadegh. By installing the Shah as a puppet leader, they could reassert their economic and political interests in Iran. So in many circumstances, just like when a company actually literally spends more money on labor lawyers to thwart attempts at unionization, because an attempt at unionization is an attempt at sovereignty for the working class, instead of dealing with the Iranian population fairly, the British government and the American government decided to actually put in a puppet in charge. Now, if this is something that is coming across as similar to what you're seeing in Venezuela, that is exactly what's going on. I'm sure Maduro, instead of having his entire having the country fall into a state of war, has tried to offer up the resources, as many American outlets have reported. And Chevron is already working inside of Venezuela. That is not enough for foreign leadership, because any sort of sovereignty is a terrifying prospect for the United States of America. As long as Maduro is still in charge, even if he offers up the natural resources of Venezuela, that's still not enough, because, God forbid, he set up contracts with our foreign adversary, China, for example. You know, the CIA hired gangsters and fake protesters to organize chaos in Tehran, and Mossadegh resigned after the army attacked his house. An anti-communist dictatorship led by the Shah was established. As I've said over and over again, this is a historical repeat. This is a historical repeat that is taking place right now in Venezuela. They can't have Maduro in charge of Venezuela, even if Maduro is offering up all of the natural resources, and instead they want a much more pliant Venezuelan state, no matter how destabilized said Venezuelan state might be. Now, you might have seen on your Twitter timeline a lot of the arming initiatives of a civilian defense force that's taking place in Venezuela right now. One must ask the question, why Maduro, this dictatorial tyrant in the way that people have presented him in Western news, would be so willing to offer up arms to a population if he is not afraid of said population rising up against him? And that's a really interesting question. And I think the reason why he's doing that is, one, partially because he is not fearful of these civilian defense forces turning their arms on the Maduro regime, the Maduro administration, but instead knowing full well that if he is dethroned, if he is forcibly taken out, if he is decapitated, okay, if the Venezuelan leadership as it stands is decapitated, they will have the proper training and the proper arms for what comes next. And what I suspect there is mass instability, mass chaos, mass violence, and a tremendous amount of fascistic repression in the hands of the puppet leadership of Machado, the Nobel Peace Prize winner of this past year, who is slated to come and visit the White House to offer said Nobel Peace Prize that she got to Donald Trump. So, I think that the situation is very fucked for Venezuela, and the way that America moves, the way that America works, is basically on a what are you going to do about a policy? The way that America is moving is on a a policy of might is right. And I think we do not care about the death and destruction that comes along as long as our foreign policy needs are met. Do I think that this implies like full-blown ground invasion of Venezuela? I don't know. I don't think so. I feel like that's a far more costly and far more difficult endeavor. I don't know if there is enough appetite for it, but we shall see. Machado met with the IMF, World Bank, and hedge funds to discuss investment opportunities in October, similarly to the investment meetings and the buildup of the invasion of Iraq. And for those of you who say, I still don't understand, why did she win the Nobel Peace Prize? Because all of these Western institutions still ultimately are guided by the United States of America, the United States of America's interests, and American imperialism. If these past 2 years have not taught you anything, I don't know what to tell you. The moments in which some of these institutions want to maintain their legitimacy, their credibility, where they step out of line from the needs and the interests and the goals of American empire, like in the case with Israel, they very quickly get punished. The Trump administration, for those of you who haven't been paying attention, has already sanctioned many of the ICC prosecutors. They have sanctioned the former ICC prosecutor that was tasked with investigating Israel's war crimes. They keep doing it over and over again, and they do it in broad daylight. It's not like this is a hidden thing. This is not like a secret or a conspiracy or anything of that sort. This is pretty open. It's out in broad daylight, and it's it's happening all the time. It's repeating Western hegemony doesn't always need boots on the ground. Economic pressure, sanctions, and political isolation create the same instability. And when the social base starts cracking from the inside, these civilian defense groups losing faith, that's exactly the outcome Western powers bank on. Yeah, but if it doesn't work, then you also have to obviously improve your odds by directly fighting. That's when you send in boots on the ground. Today, the Trump administration is sanctioning 2 international criminal court judges directly engaged in politicized and illegitimate actions against Israel. The United States has been clear. We will continue to respond with significant and tangible consequences to protect against ICC's lawfare, abuse of power, and blatant disregard for the sovereignty of U.S. and Israel. By the way, the Twitter thread that I was showing you was from Hussein Doru, a person who quite literally was victim to the European Union's broad attempts at making someone a non-person. Hussein Doru is literally a prisoner inside of the country that he's in for fomenting anti-Israel sentiment. I believe they also say because of his operation, I think, what is it, Redfish or something? It's like a Russian state-backed or Russian funded. I think their claim is around Ukraine, but I'm not so certain that that is the reason, because they did this. They basically debanked him, like literally debanked him, specifically after a lot of the anti-Israel coverage that he was doing. Anyway, but that is where we're at. Also, Trump has announced Hunger Games as well, but let's continue.
Tariff revenue. But even Republicans have said he can't cut those checks without approval from Congress first. And while he claimed his mass deportation efforts,
we Venezuelans, what is this? We Venezuelans don't like Maduro. Stop talking like he's a good guy. I'm really tired of you. You're talking from your ass. That's not how it works. It's giving arms to the most stupid of people, giving arms to all those followers who are taking monetary advantage of following him. We Venezuelans are tired of the shit. Yeah, both things can be true, but don't start his narrative like he's an amazing guy. Is there any point where I said he's an amazing guy? I didn't. I don't care. Him not being an amazing guy plays no role in this. Okay? It doesn't. As someone from a country that has been a historic Cold War ally, a NATO nation, I personally saw what took place when there was an American-backed coup d'etat that failed in Turkey. That only led to more repression and more power in the hands of a singular man. He was able to successfully implement a referendum. If you don't like Maduro, the best thing you can do is demand no American intervention. Okay? No American intervention in Venezuela. And yet, America has one speed. There has never been, you said he gives arms to his people and is not afraid of getting shot. No, I'm saying that he's giving arms to his people and he has no fear of getting shot right now. And in the scenario where he is taken out of power, he's giving arms to the people because he knows that the people will inevitably fight back against the Machado puppet state. That's why he's doing it. It's a contingency plan. But the whole point is, if you were this despotic, dictatorial tyrant that every single person despises in the way that he is presented, with no popular support whatsoever, even though his support has diminished over the years, and for the most part, he was just like leaning into the charismatic leading to the charismatic and popular leadership of Chavez. He was greatly eating off of the Chavista movement. And year over year, because of his mismanagement, because of his repression, and also on top of that, because of a lot of foreign entanglements, foreign involvements that have made life a living hell in Venezuela, and his response to such initiatives have obviously been more forceful. Okay. Ultimately, the Chavista movement that backed him initially has fallen. I wouldn't say like it's completely gone away, but it's nowhere near as powerful or as popular as it once were. Okay. So the substitute for the Maduro administration is not a American-backed right-wing puppet that will sell off all of the Venezuelan natural resources and then due to the additional instability caused, like you think, listen. You say, we protest, they kill us about the Maduro regime, right? Just wait until you protest against Machado. Then you will see a very different and even worse version of repression. That's my point. At least that's what's happened historically. That's why I gave you the example of the Iranian Revolution and how the Iranian Revolution took place. Okay? Do you understand? Even the first act before full-blown military occupation and invasion has been to just straight up bomb random fishermen and say that there is this like massive drug dealing conspiracy that's taking place. Venezuelans know that that's bullshit. Even Venezuelans that don't like Maduro know that that's fucking bullshit. They just hate Maduro, so they think, oh yeah, it's fine, whatever. Who gives a shit that a bunch of fishermen are getting bombed? So what's the substitution here? You'd rather, instead of having Maduro engage in like ruthless crackdowns on protests against the Maduro administration, You'd rather have American bombs blow up the Venezuelans? Is that what it is? Like, you're just exchanging leadership from one guy that you say is ruthless to another faceless, lifeless entity that has not even made an attempt to act like he cares about everyday Venezuelans. Okay? So you defend the boots on the ground militia? Wait, what? Would you say this about your birth country, though? My birth country is the United States of America, and boots on the ground? Do you mean I understand why there are militia movements? Yes. Forming against potential American invasion? Yes, I think they are right to do that. And secondly, I have actually said this about Turkey. Turkey's not my birth country, but Turkey is the country where my family's from. Turkey's where I grew up. Although I'm an American-born citizen and a Turkish citizen, I literally brought up the failed coup. There was an opportunity for two separate options. Either you continue with the repressive Erdogan regime, or you allow an American puppet state to be implemented in Turkey, Fethullah Gülen. My preference was Erdogan over Fethullah Gülen. And I say that as someone who can't even fucking go back to Turkey. So yeah, I am consistent on that position. As a matter of fact, my personal experience in that guides my analysis in this circumstance as well. The fuck? Let's continue.
Which are benefiting the U.S. economy, creating, quote, more housing and more jobs for Americans. Job numbers out this week paint a different picture. Unemployment rose in November to its highest.
Is Turkey safe to travel to? Fuck yeah, of course it's safe to travel to. I'm in a unique predicament. That's very different, okay?
Level since 2021. And as more than 20 million Americans prepare for their health insurance premiums to skyrocket at the end of the year, the president once again teasing his health care plan, but offering no substantial details. Instead, he blamed Democrats for expiring subsidies.
And it's their fault. It is not the Republicans' fault. It's the Democrats' fault. It's the Unaffordable Care Act.
Republicans control both chambers of Congress and are set to leave town in just a few hours without sending a health care bill to the president's desk.
So the president told reporters in the room that his White House Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, told him to deliver this speech. He promised that the economy would improve next year, that prices would come down. He also promised aggressive housing reform, but did not provide any details on what exactly he plans to do, George.
And Rachel, in keeping with the partisan tone of the speech last night, the White House also revealed yesterday pretty big changes to these portraits of the president in the White House colonnade.
Yes, George, and first it was paving over the Rose Garden, then it was demolishing the East Wing to make room for that ballroom. Now the president making additional changes to the colonnade. He has now unveiled what he is calling the Presidential Walk of Fame. This includes portraits of every single president. He has now added plaques with descriptions underneath. He's using it as an opportunity to take a swipe at his predecessors, calling former President Joe Biden sleepy and crooked, calling former President Barack Obama one of the most divisive figures in political history. I will tell you, we saw this yesterday. Many of these read like the president's social media posts, and that is because the White House press secretary says the president wrote many of these himself, George.
Rachel Scott, thanks very much. Let's bring our chief Washington correspondent, John Carl, for more on this. And John, starting out with the speech last night, this is not the typical presidential speech that merits primetime attention.
You know this shit didn't bang because, as I covered last night, Sean Hannity spent like 20 minutes on it and then moved on to other things. Okay? The Pettysburg address. If this speech actually banged, Fox News would be doing victory laps all over, being like, the libs are so owned, dude. Oh my God. American prosperity is imminent, right? And they basically were like, yeah, great. It was really cool. It's going to really help us in the midterms. Let's move on to the Brown shooter and how our FBI is incredibly incompetent in ways previously unforeseeable. It was a crazy speech overall. he seemed like he was on crack cocaine. He hit all the same lines. He hit all the same lines that you expect from a regular rally speech, or even some of the lines that you heard from him responding to the fucking media earlier this morning when he was declassifying marijuana. Great stuff. Just yelling the entire time. Just started off strong with, I inherited a mess, and also everybody transgender, everything's computer, undocumented immigrants are raping and pillaging the lands, we're being invaded. The problems that he claims are destroying America are made up. The solutions that he creates are very real, but those are not real solutions to improving people's economic conditions, of course. And the financial struggles that he claims are fake are actually very real. It's upside down world in every way, shape, and form. Okay? When he says the country is hot, 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 he doesn't mean like literally the economy is doing great. I think he means like the temperatures are rising. Everything that he says is the diametrical opposite.
Look, George, when the President of the United States asks for prime-time network airtime to address the nation, it is usually either to make a statement about a national crisis, to announce a major new initiative, or to speak on an issue of war and peace. This was none of that. In fact, I cannot recall a prime-time presidential address that was as defensive and hyper-partisan as this one. By my count,
they're still talking about partisanship. Brother, is over, okay? I don't know if boomers still actually tune into that kind of narrative, tune into that kind of world building. Do boomers actually still go, oh man, why can't we go back to a bipartisan president? Is that like a demand? Maybe some of the libs do still. I think we've moved, I don't know. I feel like we've moved beyond that, right? Like that's expected. Yes, he's going to be heavily partisan. And I think the next Democrat should be heavily partisan. I think the next Democrat shouldn't just be heavily partisan. The next Democrat administration or the next left flank candidacy, whatever it is, okay, inshallah, should be incredibly partisan. They should be doing the reversal of Donald Trump, but this time in the direction of like genuinely improving people's material conditions and punishing the naysayers, punishing the hurdles, punishing the people in positions of power that are actively trying to gum up the works to try to stop this from happening. You say Medicare for all, health insurance executives come out and speak out against it. Boom, send the IRS down their way. Take a look at their fucking finances, audit them, put them under mountains of paperwork. There is plenty of misdealings that are taking place because corruption has been legalized. Make sure that you are running on an anti-corruption campaign. Meanwhile, of course, the Democratic Party as it stands is obviously not doing any of those things. They're not going to promise any of those things. They'll just take on, an aesthetic posture towards affordability, the bare minimum, without any sort of tangible policies that people can associate with the Democratic Party in the direction of actually bringing about affordability. That's something you can look forward to.
President Trump mentioned Joe Biden and the Democrats 15 times over the course of that 20-minute address. And as he made those partisan attacks, this speech was littered with false statements and exaggerations. He claimed prices were coming down from record highs when he took office. And as you know, according to his own government's economic data, the inflation rate today is almost exactly what it was when Joe Biden left office in January.
Rachel also reported how the president was talking about these checks for $1,776 to American service members. It's unclear that they're really on the way, though.
One of the fundamental facts of the way the government works, Congress controls the purse strings. Many of Republicans have said previously, if the president's going to do some kind of rebate, Congress needs to authorize that.
Of course, the backdrop for all this is the president's declining poll numbers on the economy and his overall approval.
Yeah, if the president was addressing a crisis last night, it seemed to be a crisis of confidence in his handling of the economy. Americans are overwhelmingly unhappy with the state of the economy, and a clear majority in many recent polls are blaming Donald Trump. Just take a look at a new poll out just yesterday. 57% say they disapprove of Trump's handling of the economy. And while the president recently gave the economy an A++++, in this poll, only 3% of Americans say that they think the state of the economy is excellent. George, if there was one sliver of good news, if you want to call it that, in this poll for the White House, it was that by a narrow margin, people actually distrust Democrats even more than Republicans to deal with the economy.
John Carl, thanks very much.
Overnight, there was another deadly strike on a suspected drug boat, killing 4. This one in the eastern Pacific, closer to Colombia. This brings to 90.
Venezuela has nationalized oil like Iran, the terrain of Vietnam, and the large military of Iraq. Who could wage a massive guerrilla campaign without Maduro like in Afghanistan? It's an amalgamation of all of America's biggest failures, and it is much closer in proximity to the United States. It's fantastic. What could go wrong? Except for virtually everything. Okay? It is a fucking disaster in the making. It's a disaster from like a, pro-American perspective, right? It's obviously a major disaster from it's a major disaster in general, also from a caring about Venezuelan lives and caring about not having this level of destabilization in Latin America perspective as well. They wouldn't draft a 35-year-old, right? I mean, probably not. There is, at this stage, who the fuck actually thinks that this kind of American intervention will be a benefit, except for, I guess, like some of the Venezuelan chatters in here living in like Miami or something that have seen their neighbors and their family members get arrested and thrown into detention camps or shipped off to fucking CCOT in El Salvador, who still think that this American government actually has their best interest in mind somehow. I don't know how brain broken you could potentially be that you look at the United States of America fucking up forcibly the Venezuelan economy, causing mass destabilization, okay? Causing mass destabilization, having a bunch of Venezuelans come to the United States of America, offering them temporary protected status, which Donald Trump actually reinforced on his way out, extended on his way out, only to use all of the hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans that come to the United States of America to find a better life for themselves as simple pawns in his political game, claiming that they're all fucking terrorists, drug dealers, and rapists, and shipping them to a totally separate third country. Like, that's how discardable you are if you're Venezuelan in Trump's eyes. And it's not like he's hiding it. He's just openly stating it. And you're over here thinking like, no, that guy's actually going to be better. What do you want to see?
The number killed in these boat strikes, with no evidence made public that these boats are carrying drugs. This comes as President Trump is now calling for a blockade of all sanctions.
I came back to Venezuela at the start of November. Let me tell you, the Venezuelan brainworm is real. People here cheer on an invasion, and you tell them, but like, imagine Caracas all destroyed, and they just look at you like, yeah, you can point to Libya. You can point to Iraq. You can point to Afghanistan. You can point to so many different places where America has been able to successfully do this exact same thing. And how much better off they are now. Like, it's crazy.
Oil tankers, and there are dozens. It was just a little over a week ago we saw that dramatic seizure of an oil tanker off Venezuela's coast with an elite Coast Guard team rappelling onto the ship's deck. Oil exports are the lifeblood of Nicolas Maduro's government.
They're suffering. What do you expect from them? They're going to suffer more. Like, what are you talking about? That's the whole point. The whole point is to try and stop additional suffering from a people that are already suffering. This administration hasn't even done the necessary groundwork to make it seem as though they give a fuck about Venezuelans. At least in the past, when you had an inflow of refugees from the country whose economy you've purposely fucked up and destabilized in an effort to foment some kind of popular resistance against the administration, and then the administration reacts with even further repression. This is normal part of the process. You wouldn't directly say every single person from the country that we're going to invade is a rapist criminal that we must deport instantly to a third country. Okay? America's doing that. And there's still fucking Venezuelans that are like, nah, actually, that country would be better off. Our country would be better off. They're not even doing a PSYOP. And people are like, I am willing. I didn't even get PSYOP'd and I'm still on board.
And President Trump has made no secret he wants him out of power. But with this military buildup, the attack on drug boats, and now this threat of more seizures, the risk of a dangerous confrontation in the standoff is increasing, Michael.
Yeah, it seems like it's really escalating, Martha. Martha, there's a new controversy surrounding the nomination for the leader of the Coast Guard.
Exactly, Michael. Admiral Kevin Lunday had been nominated to head the Coast Guard, but that nomination was frozen by Democratic Senators Tammy Duckworth and Jackie Rosen because the Coast Guard downgraded its listing, they say, of swastikas and nooses as merely potentially divisive in its workplace harassment policy. Instead of, again, labeling them as hate symbols, Senator Duckworth told ABC she had been assured by Lunday that he believes the swastikas and nooses are hate symbols, but the—
Excuse me, this is hurting military readiness. Excuse me. Why can't they get swastika tattoos? I don't understand. It's just that's a symbol of peace, actually. I'll have you know, that's a Buddhist symbol of peace, ma'am. Oh God, what the fuck are we doing, man? What are we doing?
New policy went into effect regardless, she said. But overnight, the Coast Guard put out a strongly worded statement saying it maintains a zero-tolerance policy toward hate symbols, extremist ideology.
Also, this is utterly irrelevant, but my friend who's an immigrant from Venezuela has been posting about how we shouldn't call it regime change, but democratic restoration and shit. I try not to question him on it since he has firsthand experience, but it feels weird. Yeah, you know what he doesn't have firsthand experience with? Living in an Iraq-style situation, okay? Living in a Libya-style situation, which I suspect he won't be living in regardless because he's in the United States of America now. Except he might actually be living in that situation or even in a worse situation when the Trump administration decides actually he's not worth living on U.S. soil, as they have already signaled towards. So I don't understand how these guys have any faith whatsoever. I understand why you lose faith. You lose confidence in your, in your local leadership, in your domestic leadership. I get that. I mean, I experienced that personally, like I said, with Erdogan in Turkey. But there has never been a situation where the conditions on the ground have improved after American intervention. It just it doesn't happen. And it's even different than the Cubans, okay? When people say, I really don't give a fuck why Cubans and Venezuelans who live in America say about this shit, except it's not even like the Cubans. The Miami Cuban mentality is there, right? For sure. Except this is different because the Trump administration at least is not like threatening or can't really deport the 500,000 Cubans that live in Miami or whatever the number is. Because they've been here and they're second generation, third generation at this point. Like they were born in the United States of America. So that for now. But the Trump administration is actively signaling that they're going to denaturalize people, is actively signaling that they are working to, they've singled out Venezuelans living on U.S. soil as like the number one op. It doesn't make sense. Like it's not like they're saying like, oh, Venezuelans, you are our allies. You are welcome here. We are so sorry about what Maduro's done to you. They're literally saying you're rapist drug dealers and we're going to fucking kill you. We're going to send you to El Salvador. Were you initially a fan of Erdogan? Fuck no, of course not. I was libbed up as hell. Are you kidding me? Was the public sentiment positive for him overall? Yes, the public sentiment, obviously. Erdogan has always been able to maintain a 51% majority. That's just, something that he's been able to maintain. The Turkish elections are free. They're just not fair, I would say. Or, like the elections that take place in Turkey are legitimate, and there is legitimately a 51% coalition, which is going away now. But we've been saying that for the past 20 fucking years. The difference, however, is that in the past it was almost single-handedly in the hands of his own party. Then he had to build a coalition with the MHP, which is the ultra-nationalist party, also another CIA invention. Shouts out to NATO, shouts out to CIA. Obviously, Erdogan himself comes from the political background, like Erdogan's personal political background, and his movement is also the other side of the CIA NATO intervention in Turkey. The religious, like the Islamist movement is where he comes from, also propped up against Kurdish nationalists and socialists and all of these different movements in Turkey that were a real threat to America's interests as it was fighting against the USSR. But that's like these movements in the country that were primarily tasked with destroying any sort of like left flank political organizing in the country succeeded. Erdogan comes from that background. Him and FETÖ were like this, Fethullah Gülen initially. And then they separated when America decided, actually, we want even more control. Fethullah Gülen had developed a parallel state in Turkey already, had his tentacles in pretty much every fucking facet of Turkish existence, from teachers, schools, all the way to judges, heads of police, people in the military, and they implemented a coup d'etat. It failed, and then Erdogan was able to harden his power and use the legitimate threat of a parallel state to his own, to further his own, to solidify his own power, basically. In any case, the reality of the matter is Erdogan is still far more preferable to an American puppet like Fethullah Gülen running the country. I said as someone who is no fan of Erdogan at all, and I'm sure many of the anti-Erdogan Turks in my chat would also agree to that. Absolutely zero people in Turkey will say Fethullah Gülen would have been a better leader for Turkey, unless they're like super, super invested in Fethullah Gülen's cult. The point is, there's always a worse op out there. Okay? Yeah, fuck Enes Kanter. Amına koyayım, Ohio'da bir Amerikalı'yla tanıştım, Türkçe biliyordu. Nereden öğrendin dedim. Adam FETÖ okuluna gitmiş. Burada da Fethullah okulu varmış. Tabii oğlum, her yerde var. Afrika'da da her yerde var. Amerikan parasıyla açıyorlar işte. The Fethullah Gülen movement was also propped up by America, because the Wahhabist movement that was also propped up by the West was getting too radical for their taste. So they thought we could build an alternative Islamist movement that is more tolerant to Western intervention, that is more controllable by the West. And then they did that with the Fethullah Gülen movement. And that obviously did not work out very well for them anyway. All right, let's continue. I don't know why I'm talking too much about Turkey today. I guess there are a lot of similarities with the way that with the warning signs, I guess, or with American intervention. But yeah, the U.S. Coast Guard statement on this stuff. I think like we should watch probably a video on the Monroe Doctrine, and then also a video on. In an effort to like show you guys like the developments that have taken place long before this last action, and then on top of that, maybe do a deeper dive into like the Venezuelan resources in general.
Trump defending his strikes against suspected drug boats in the Caribbean during his prime time address. Listen.
They decimated the bloodthirsty foreign drug cartels. We did that all by ourselves with our people, and we're so proud of it because they were poisoning and destroying our population. Drugs brought in by ocean and by sea are now down 94%.
And a lot of action taken yesterday. Here's how the administration is ramping up their pressure against Maduro's regime. First off, let's take a look at the region. We have two places we're hitting, the Caribbean and we're hitting the Pacific. We've had 14...
Bro, they're doing NFL style red zone coverage on this shit, dude. Hell yeah, we're hitting everything. That's right. We got all these bombs. Might as well fucking use them. That's right, baby.
Hits in the Pacific. We've had 11 in the Caribbean. These are roughly the places we're doing it. This is Venezuela. This is Colombia. Where are our assets? These are our ships. This is 15% of our armada. This is about 15,000 troops as well. They're located on these various bases in the region from Puerto Rico to Trinidad and Tobago. And this is where they plan on implementing the blockade. We've labeled about 80 separate tankers as blockade eligible to block the oil flow, to squeeze Maduro and get him out once and for all. I think over 80% or 85% of their total economic income comes from oil. If they can't get it out, something's got to give. Who's getting this discounted oil? Guess what? China, by a staggering amount. Yeah, we get some. If you look at our color over here, yeah, we get some. But this is who benefits. And that's why China in our...
How dare they? I do like that Fox News is more honest about this assessment than... like, they're unintentionally more honest about American ambition here than BBC or any number of different, like, liberal analysts are. Because they're trying to basically propagandize hard and make their audiences get on board with this initiative at a time when, like, the overwhelming majority is not interested in military intervention in Venezuela, okay? Because we are living in a very different time than 2001. There's no more remnants of, like, the American boom of the 90s, okay? There's no hope left. There's been 20 fucking plus years of the global war on terror. Everyone is tired of this shit. Everyone knows the ways in which you try to propagandize for military action like this. And in the absence of a 9/11 style situation where Americans are going to get whipped up into a frenzy and a panic, they're not going to get invested. They're not going to get invested in the situation. The media environment is different. The amount of hope, or rather the social investment that the average American has about the American foreign policy initiatives is shattered. There is no investment whatsoever, right? There's no investment at all. Like, people just don't give a fuck about the ambitions of American empire. They don't have a lot of nationalistic fervor because there's not really a lot to look forward to in the American future. So, for those reasons, I don't think a lot of Americans are invested in going to war with Venezuela, right? Having said that, in the absence of all of those other, motivating principles, they have to figure out a way. they have to figure out a way to sell this, and in an effort to sell it, they're getting brutally honest. Once again, though, why the fuck should the average American care about whether Venezuela is giving oil to China or not? Like, why? Why is that a point of concern? If you are living in West Virginia, okay, and you haven't had a decent job in decades, and you're living in squalor, there's no rural hospitals in your immediate vicinity. You have to go to the veterinarian, to get immediate medical help. Many of your family members are deeply addicted to opioids. You've seen a bunch of them die to overdoses. Luckily, your family was able to hold on to a trailer that is the only thing that you have associated with your name. You turn on the television, and this fucking dipshit is like, Venezuela's selling oil to China. What level of investment do you have in this? Okay? Like, what are you... Oh, man. Wait, what? Venezuela's selling oil to China. We got to put an end to this now. Like, fuck you mean, dude? I'm sure there are people that see that and go, that's right, we got to do something about it. But the number of people that have that level of investment is diminishing, okay? That's it. That's it. You can't sell this. No matter how hard you fucking try. There's no holy war angle to it either. Like, what is the galvanizing principle here? What is the galvanizing factor here? That's the reason why, that is the reason why I always say, like, when people talk about Israel being like this holy war, this religious war, I'm like, no, that's just a way to sell it to people, okay? You need, all war is around resources, okay? But in order to get the average dumb fuck to be on board with one side over the other, you have to sell them on it. And if you just turn around and say, no, this is so that like Chevron executives can turn higher profit margins next year. If I'm not exactly feeling the impact of this great American decade of prosperity, I'm going to be like, I don't give a fuck about the Chevron CEO. Who gives a suck my dick? Do you see what I mean? Now, of course, there's an entire separate conversation to be had here where it's like, do we even need the consent of the masses to be able to initiate wars such as this one? I think yes. You still need at least a decent percentage of the population to be on board. But with the Trump administration's allure diminishing, with the MAGA cult experiencing the struggles that they are continuously experiencing under the Trump administration after they bought into it, it's even more difficult. It's even more difficult to get them on board with initiatives such as this one. At least if they had treats or if they had something to look forward to, they would probably be more invested in whatever Trump is telling them is going to be the next territory we must conquer.
Our backyard, getting discounted oil does not work for us, does not work for our national security, and certainly doesn't work for, but does work for one country, and that is Venezuela, led by Maduro. So let's check in with national security expert Rebecca Heinrichs about where this is going. Rebecca, your thoughts about the president's mission and how he's approaching it?
Well, look, Brian, you just did a great job at explaining that we're actually doing two things that are good for the United States' interest here. Not only do we squeeze the Maduro regime, which, of course, has this symbiotic relationship with the drug cartels, but we're also diminishing Venezuela's illicit system of exporting oil into these other adversaries.
The funny thing is that you can tie all of this up to gaming and such for normies to understand. Yes, for the gamers, the PC you saved up for now costs $1,000 more. Different components are even more costly. Okay, you're never going to get that upgrade, and you're never going to be able to get a new console because of the tariffs. Okay, that shit's more expensive too. The games are more expensive as well. Donald Trump did that. And on top of that, if you thought, oh, well, this kind of consolidation was going to be good because Gamer Pass, Microsoft mergers were actually going to lead to a cheaper product down the line. Nope, that didn't happen either. There's never been an instance where corporate consolidation has ever fucking led to cheaper prices in the long run or better service and better products in the long run. It's entirely in the hands of the mega corporation in the aftermath of said merger on whether or not they choose to keep prices low. And why the fuck would they choose to keep prices low when in the absence of market competition? They're, of course, not going to keep the prices low. I bought 96 gigs of DDR5 RAM for $220 6 months ago. The same RAM now costs $1,070 shit is fucked. No, you don't understand though. The AI boon is gonna save all of us. And that's what these guys need to focus on, okay? They need to do B2B. They need to sell all the they need to sell all their product to these data centers. Also, those data centers need to destroy your water supply. Those data centers also need to greatly hike up. You need to subsidize with your newly skyrocketing electricity bills. You are subsidizing those data centers. I don't know, man. It's so fucking crazy. It's so crazy that like every part of this sucks and you get nothing out of it. Like nothing. It's your work and the things that you type out on the internet that is like fueling this AI takeover. And its primary purpose is to displace you in the labor market if you even have a desk job still, right? If you have one of those fucking coveted laptop jobs, which are seemingly the only remaining jobs, where the wages are super stagnant, the benefits are stagnant, getting worse year over year, okay? Like, they are looking to basically cut you out of that deal as well. And they're stealing whatever your output is on the internet to make the AI thing work. You're basically training your robotic replacement. It's devastating. It's just an insane situation. My mom works for a phone company. They're asking central office where the signal originates to go on backup generators to keep data centers running. It's happening all over Texas. Yeah. In your day-to-day, you're subsidizing these data centers with your energy bill that has increased ginormously, okay? And in your workplace experience, your job is you're basically training your robotic overlord to replace you down the line. Where do we go from here? How is this sustainable? Where will it stop? Will it stop when there's like, I don't know, 10,000 people that get to experience the world in all of its glory, and then everyone else is their slaves? Is that how we do it? Is that when it'll be enough? Everything is handled by AI. You got no wages. You got no benefits. You got no compensation, no hope for a better future. You're living in fucking squalor, and you're basically hoping that you can be a slave to the 10,000 ordained multi-billionaires. That's your future. That's what we're looking at.
Of the United States. Another country that it sells oil to is Iran, and they do this to evade sanctions. And then Iran refines the oil and then can export it to China, which has an insatiable demand for oil. So clearly, the Trump.
Yeah, what are they doing with that oil, by the way? Like, just walk through this process. So Venezuela sends the oil to Iran. Iran refines it, sells it to China. Okay. What is China doing with that oil? Ooh, scary Chinese things. Building our shit, dumbass. Building the entire world's shit. Manufacturing 30% of everything that we're getting. Like, what are we talking about? What do you think is going on here? And it's a system that we designed, for the record. Like, what is this fucking framing? Like, oh, you don't understand. Venezuela is indecently selling its oil to Iran to refine. Iran is then indecently selling the oil to China. And then China is indecently using the oil to make plastics that we consume, that we have seemingly an endless appetite for. And as a matter of fact, if the low-cost Chinese goods weren't flowing into the country, we would probably have a people's revolt. How dare they do this? How dare they try to survive in a system that we have designed? How dare all of these other foreign adversaries try to continue existing, even though we have forcibly written them out of the equation and try to punish anyone and everyone that even collaborates.
Administration has said, look, we've already sanctioned these tankers.
Yeah, dude, it's going to nothing bad. Yeah, no, you're right. Chinese-style oil is actually very different than the way other countries utilize the oil. Yeah. Hey, by the way, where the fuck's your phone made, dumbass, that you're tuning into twitch.tv over? Like, there's not a single thing that you touch that isn't at some point manufactured in fucking China. And you're over here being like, well, when the Chinese get the Chinese-style oil from Iran, it's actually being used in an indecent way. Yeah, so your fucking fat pig-larded ass can enjoy your fucking treats. I said they do nothing bad. Why do you assume it's sarcasm? Because you didn't say, because of the way you presented it, okay?
Now we're going to really execute the sanctions enforcement by carrying out this blockade, which is all they're really doing. This is just carrying out what we've already done by sanctioning these illicit tankers.
So Maduro basically is being protected.
Iran turns the oil into transgender enriched uranium.
And not even by his own military, but by the Cuban intelligence. We know we also would love to squeeze Cuba, have been going after them since the 60s. This could really be their death knell if Venezuela switches and becomes an ally of ours.
Well, that's right. And then also, you know,
yeah, any moment now, we're just going to fucking destroy. That's it. Any moment now, we're going to destroy China, okay? It's happening. Oh, yeah. No, this is it. This is the death knell. We're gonna destroy Venezuela, then we're gonna destroy Cuba. I don't know why, because they're just kind of there, and it's really fucked up that they're kind of there existing. And then we're also gonna destroy China as well. It's just funny because like this kind of posturing, this kind of like open saber rattling never happens in the Chinese media, for example, with the exception of like against Japan, right? When the Japanese prime minister says like, oh, we're going to reinvade Taiwan like we did not that long ago. You know, that's like the only time where you hear the Chinese government say something even remotely similar. Never against America. Okay. And it's understandably a sore spot for you know, people who probably still remember the Japanese occupation and learned about it in school. But beyond that, could you imagine if the Chinese government spoke about America in this way? Like, imagine a world where the Chinese government was like, yeah, we need to fucking dethrone America, the empire. We need to destroy them. The treatlerites must suffer. No more treats to America. We must bomb American ally boats over and over again. Everywhere around the world. I'm trying to imagine, but I don't know Chinese. It's true.
It's if you pressure the Maduro regime so much, you mentioned that this is about 85% of the revenue that comes in that supports the Maduro regime. You're going to immediately have further crises. That's already a fragile government system for the Venezuelan people.
Why is this the only instance where there's no reporting on the Israeli position on this? I know, it's quite anti-Semitic that they're not talking about little old Israel's position in all of this, you know? In the periphery of all this, they'd love to take away one more Iranian ally after they already lost Syria.
They're going to feel that pressure even more, and they're going to blame Maduro, and there's going to be more pressure to push Maduro to leave. So at this point, Brian, I don't see at all how Maduro survives this. I think he's going to be gone. And the question then remains is how do we get a pro-American opposition forces in there to replace him in a stable way to get control over that? Again, over all of those other militant people who support Maduro, they're going to have to leave too and get pro-democracy people in place instead.
And if you look at the boat strikes, there's been 20 basic.
We're gonna get pro-democracy people instead. Oh, brother, where have I heard that before? Pro-American and pro-democracy people. They'll welcome us as liberators, okay? Oh my God, they're gonna be so stoked when we dethrone Saddam. They will love it. They're gonna be so stoked. I mean, look, we came, we saw, he died, right? Right? Everyone is so stoked in Libya. They're so excited. We are going to win the hearts and minds of the Venezuelan population any day now. Yeah. The only country that gets to be sovereign and have sovereign rights is the United States, and there are scores of right-wingers in Venezuela, Iran, and elsewhere who are content to live in that kind of world. Yeah, the exact same arguments were trotted out by the British when Iran nationalized oil in the 1950s. It doesn't belong to the people who live on the land from which it is extracted. No, it somehow belongs to the people who sought to steal it from under them. The only country that gets to be sovereign and have sovereign rights is the United States, and there are scores of right-wingers in Venezuela, Iran, and elsewhere who are content to live in that kind of world. Straight up. And we hear from them all the time. As a matter of fact, it's the only type of people that we hear from in Western news. Yeah. The American sweat, ingenuity, and toil created the oil industry in Venezuela. It's tyrannical expropriation. What do words mean anymore? Nothing. Okay? It feels like parody, dude. It feels like fucking parody. Venezuelan oil was promised to us 3,000 years ago. What are we doing? Venezuelan oil and land was promised to us 3,000 years ago. Okay, excuse me. That's my oil that you seemingly expropriated. That's unacceptable. This is the greatest crime of all crimes.
Overall, it's estimated that 98 are dead because of that. For the most part, the American people in this country is polarized, but 47% are in favor of these strikes, especially if the president outlines specifically what it could mean for America. But they are focused on our own economy.
Having U.S. military use deadly force on drug trafficking boats from Venezuela, the opposition went from 53% to 47%. Wow. Yeah, show the other one. Show the next number.
In the big picture, do you believe that the president's under pressure?
Oh, wait, no, never mind. That's the only favorable number, seemingly favorable number that they can actually present is that, Americans seemingly are fine with death and destruction. Oh, it went the other way. Sorry. But even though you read it backwards. Oh, the opposition went up. Sorry. The opposition went up now 53% from November 2025, where it was at 47%. And the thing is, this is the most favorable numbers that they have. Okay? This is the most favorable numbers that they have on the Venezuela issue. Okay? The opposition went up marginally. Okay? The opposition went up marginally. But that is the most popular position that the administration has. Think about how fucking insanely unpopular it is. Yeah, they put the graphic backwards to dupe me and others, but it doesn't matter because I know the actual fucking numbers. And the actual numbers on going to war with Venezuela are horrifyingly unpopular. So this is the best it's going to get. Okay? This is the best it's going to get. That's the reason why they're showing these numbers only, where there is at least like a close to 50-50 percentage on Americans and their appetite for death and destruction on, small boat strikes that just seemingly murder people off the coastline of Venezuela. Okay? Do you understand? So the very fact that this right here, a question that is so heavily biased in its framing that straight up fucking lies, having U.S. military use deadly force on drug trafficking boats from Venezuela. The implication that these drug trafficking boats are actually trafficking fentanyl to the U.S. coastline. Are you comfortable with blowing up? Are you comfortable with using our Navy in blowing up random fucking boats off the coastline of Venezuela? Even that is barely at a 50-50 split, with the opposition winning over, the majority actually being in, the majority over actually opposing this kind of thing. And that being the best possible number you have, it's terrible.
Economy. In the big picture, do you believe that the president's under pressure, like Lindsey Graham indicated 48 hours ago, to make sure Maduro gets out? Because if he's able to survive, he will look as if he stared down the superpower of the world.
I think that's exactly where we are. I mean, essentially, the president has brought so much military power to bear into the region that I think the only option at this point is to keep a credible threat of military force, at least airstrikes against Maduro. But again, that's going to require a hand-in-glove cooperation with Congress. Congress wants to crush the drugs coming into the United States, but it has to understand how the pressure on Maduro fits into that larger picture, and Congress wants to be brought into this. So I would highly encourage the president to come in, continue the briefings, and make sure they've got the support of the Congress to do this.
Right, absolutely. And then we'll see what happens. The president wants this done by Christmas. Real quick, when people say, I worry about Libya when it comes to regime change, I worry about Iraq.
Yeah, come on, give us a quick note on how this time it'll be different, please. Can you give us a quick note on how this time it'll be awesome and how this time it'll be different, please? Come on now.
When it comes to regime change, is this different?
Well, I think it's different because you always want to worry about what's going to replace it. Is there going to be something worse? But Maduro has been so catastrophic to the Venezuelan economy, to the people.
Yeah, as opposed to the what? Argument against Gaddafi, as opposed to the argument against Saddam. You said the same thing there. Of course, the difference there is that was far away. This is not far away at all. This is in our backyard. Not to use that same colonial framework here before the wokers get mad at me. Okay. You know, this time it's different. Yeah, it is. It's worse. It's worse. TLDR News did a good primer
on Tuesday,
for why
U.S.
Trump wants
President
Venezuela's oil.
Donald Trump announced.
Oh my God! Even the fucking libs are actually out to get Donald Trump on this one. That's kind of wild. Seeing like otherwise liberal outlets that are oftentimes very much on board with American empire actually take this like critical tone, it does feel a little different. I'll be honest. I mean, I don't know exactly how aggressive they are, but I'm glad to have some critical liberal voices here.
Via Truth Social that the US would be imposing an oil embargo on Venezuela, deploying its navy off the Venezuelan coast to prevent sanctioned oil tankers from exporting Venezuelan crude.
The thing that these guys do, for the record, even when they're critical of Trump's ambitions here, at least from what I've seen on like NPR and all these other outlets, even when they're somewhat critical, they still take this normalizing tone where they'll talk about, well, these are sanctioned oil tankers. They don't actually investigate where the sanctions are coming from, the validity of the sanctions, or the validity of American actions in general. They just take for granted that, like, when America decides you're sanctioned, we get to keep that oil. When America decides you're rendered ineligible for global trade, then that's normal. Let's not consider the impact that has on the Venezuelan economy, for example. Let's not consider the impact that has on the population. That is the part of that's the part of the process that they just like seemingly take for granted, and I don't like that at all. And I've heard that so much from NPR, and I've heard that so much from like BBC and all these other places where they just basically go, of course, America sanctioned Venezuelan oil. Of course, they're not allowed to fucking trade with Iran, and then by way of trade with Iran, have the Iranian refined Venezuelan oil go to China. So in that regard, there is this capitulation. There is this there is this normalization of American actions.
Trump was cheered on by hawks in Washington, who argued that an embargo would heap yet more pressure on Maduro, given his regime's near-total reliance on oil revenues. Although we should note it'll probably exacerbate Venezuela's appalling economic crisis, and the regional migration crisis emanating from the country. Within that Truth Social post, however, Trump also seemed to claim that Venezuela had, in some sense, stolen America's oil and land. Unsurprisingly, this sparked some speculation that the real motive, or at least one of the motives behind Trump's pressure campaign against Venezuela, might be getting America's hands on Venezuela's enormous and relatively untapped oil supplies. This isn't actually the first time Trump has made this sort of suggestion. In 2023, at a rally in South Carolina, Trump said that, quote, "When I left, Venezuela was ready to collapse. We would have taken over. We would have kept all that oil." And in 2020, John Bolton, Trump's national security advisor between 2018 and 2019, claimed Trump told him that Venezuela was, quote, "really part of the United States." So, in this video, we're going to explain why at least some people think Trump's campaign in Venezuela is really about oil, and how this all speaks to a long-standing contradiction in what we might call Trump's oil policy. If you love staying informed and want some of the best reporting on YouTube, then subscribe and ring the bell for more. So to understand why people think this is all really about oil, you need a bit of context. In short, Venezuela has a lot of oil. In fact, according to data from the US Energy Information Administration, or EIA, Venezuela has quite literally the world's largest oil reserves, with something like 300 billion barrels worth of proven reserves, about 40 billion barrels more than second-place Saudi Arabia, and more than triple that of Russia. However, Venezuela isn't anywhere near as big a player in global oil markets as you might thus expect. According to the EIA, for instance, Venezuela is currently producing something like 1 million barrels of oil a day, roughly a tenth of the three big oil producers, the US, Saudi Arabia and Russia, who are all producing more than 10 million barrels a day. This makes Venezuela only the 18th biggest oil producer in the world, in between 17th placed Libya and 19th placed Angola, who both have only a fraction of the reserves that Venezuela does. Similarly, according to CEIC data, Venezuela only exports about 650,000 barrels a day, compared to about 6 million barrels a day for Saudi Arabia and about 4.5 million barrels a day for Russia. You get the idea. Despite its massive reserves, Venezuela isn't actually a big player in oil markets at the moment. So, what explains this apparent underperformance? Well, we see at least 3 reasons. First, Venezuelan oil is generally pretty heavy. For context, when oil is pumped out the ground, it's an unhelpful mix of different hydrocarbons that can't really be immediately used for anything, hence why it's called crude oil, which thus needs to be separated into usable petroleum products, like gasoline and diesel. However, not all crude oil is created equal. Crude oils have different viscosities or gravities. Heavy crude oil is more viscous, while light crude oil is thinner. Importantly, heavy crude...
Yeah, it's the Venezuelan oil is the sour, shitty, difficult to process heavy crude oil.
Is more difficult to separate and process into usable petroleum products, especially high-value products like gasoline and jet fuel. Unfortunately for Maduro and co., Venezuelan crude is some of the heaviest in the world, making it more difficult and expensive to refine.
We don't even want it, really. We don't even want it. Look away, please. It's the type of oil that nobody wants. It's more of a burden, really, if we were to secure such disgusting, shitty, tasteless oil.
Second, Venezuela's oil industry has suffered from chronic mismanagement. Venezuelan politicians and officials...
Yeah, we're doing this to help Venezuelan oil, honestly. We're putting them on a diet. Yeah, your oil looks heavy. Let me hold it for you, Venezuela, please.
Long treated Venezuela's state-owned oil company, PDVSA, as a sort of corrupt piggy bank, extracting money from the company that should really either have been spent on improving Venezuela's public services or reinvested back into Venezuela's decrepit oil infrastructure. Third, sanctions haven't helped. Since really 2019, PDVSA has been under a strict US-led sanction regime that has made it difficult for the company to tap international capital markets or export oil. Sanctions have obviously had a direct impact on Venezuelan exports, but they've also reduced...
Yeah, Venezuelans are too barbaric to figure out what to do with the revenues generated from that shitty, terrible oil that we don't even want, really. And I think it should be left up to more productive, smarter, bigger-brained hands to actually take that revenue and redistribute it to the pockets of like 10,000 people total. Okay? This would be a better way. This would be a better way to distribute that revenue. I think resource management is not the Venezuelan government's best. It's not their strongest aspect. So I think, yeah, we need to put a puppet. We need to install a puppet that will then take those revenues and distribute it back directly to a hand-selected few oil and gas giants that are major shareholders. I think that would be much better for Venezuelans overall.
PDVSA's oil production, because the company can't really attract international capital to fund the necessary investments in Venezuela's oil industry. Trump might be thinking that if the US essentially took over Venezuela's oil industry, whether by replacing Maduro with a more pliant government, or, as Trump implied on Truth Social, literally claiming Venezuela's oil for the US, all these problems could be easily solved. The US could remove sanctions and provide capital for the much-needed investments in Venezuela's oil infrastructure. The US could also help with refining Venezuela's inconveniently heavy crude. Many of America's oil refineries, especially those on the Gulf Coast, are actually designed to process heavy crude from countries like Mexico and Venezuela. This is why the so-called shale boom in the US hasn't made the US energy independent, as both Obama and Trump claimed it would. Most of the oil produced in the US is produced via fracking, and is generally pretty light. Frustratingly for America, its refineries were set up to process heavier crudes from Western Hemisphere producers.
I mean, it's just kind of sitting there, right? I mean, do you not want those refineries to refine some heavy crude? Like what? It's just kind of sitting there. What are we supposed to do? Not fucking refine some heavy crude? See? Venezuela's begging for it. They're asking for it. I mean, our refineries are sitting there looking pretty. If you don't use it, you lose it. I feel like this is a win-win, you know? This is a win-win-win. It's very frustrating that they're just kind of sitting there ready to molest Venezuelan heavy crude.
Like Canada, Mexico, and Venezuela, which means that a lot of American oil is actually exported to be refined elsewhere, and the US still imports heavier crude from abroad to be refined and then consumed in the US. Revitalizing Venezuela's oil industry would thus be good business for not just US supermajors like Chevron, which have outstanding operations in Venezuela, but also American refiners. It would also probably bring down gas prices, because more Venezuelan production means more oil supply and thus, all else being equal, lower oil prices. This would be great news for Trump domestically, given that lower prices at the pump would help tamp down inflation, which has become a real political vulnerability for him lately. However, we should say that lower prices probably wouldn't be good for American producers.
There's that angle as well, but also on top of that, while the price of an oil barrel has gone down throughout the Trump regime, other prices have not also gone down alongside the price of oil. Like the only thing that you see is the price of gas at the gas pump going down, but you don't actually see all the other parts of the economy that impact CPI go down alongside the price of an oil barrel.
Global oil prices are already pretty low by historical standards. Until Trump announced his oil embargo, Brent crude futures were actually trading below $60 a barrel, the lowest they've been since the pandemic. Unfortunately, US producers need relatively high prices to turn a profit, Estimates vary, but most analysts generally think prices have been at about $60 a barrel for American shale producers to just break even. And there have already been a slew of reports suggesting US producers are tightening their belts, with the Energy Information Administration now predicting a drop in American output next year. This speaks to long-standing tension in Trump's oil policy. Higher prices are good for America's domestic oil industry, which Trump's a big fan of, but unpopular with his voters, who really don't like inflation. Now, as a viewer of TLDR News, we know that you're a details person. So,
what is this? Is the rest of this just like a promo? All right. Well, that's a somewhat of a liberal analysis on it. But there is a new Al Jazeera video that came out. How dangerous is the U.S. standoff with Venezuela? An inside story.
Program, I'm Fully Thibault. Venezuela is on edge. The government of President Nicolas Maduro, those who want to see him ousted, and the country's people suffering following years of sanctions and political crises are all wondering what's next. After deploying U.S. military forces nearby, U.S. President...
Yeah, there's a warrant out for the Brown shooter. We're going to be looking at that in a little bit. Don't worry. Luckily, the law enforcement was able to figure things out.
Donald Trump has now warned that sanctioned oil tankers will be blocked from leaving Venezuela, cutting off another source of revenue. Russia and China have both reaffirmed their support for their ally. Beijing has accused the U.S. of bullying, while the Kremlin calls for restraint. Trump's new national security strategy declares the U.S. must control the entire Western Hemisphere politically, economically, and militarily. What that might mean for Venezuela has added to tensions in Caracas and the region. So where is this all headed? And how do people in Venezuela see the unfolding situation? We'll talk to our guests shortly, but first, this report from Alexandra Baez.
The United States has been escalating pressure on Venezuela for months. It tightened the screws again this week, with President Donald Trump ordering a total and complete blockade on sanctioned oil tankers entering and leaving Venezuela.
Kremlin calls for restraint is a funny statement, especially considering what they're doing in Ukraine. But the United States of America is the only country on the planet where they could do that against, and it would still be like somewhat understandable. Obviously, Chinese calls for restraint are seemingly from a much better moral position overall. But like, there's only two places where you can technically say, hey, man, you're doing a bunch of craziness and it's unironically valid. It's America and Israel.
He accused President Nicolas Maduro's government of using oil.
By the way, it's not exactly different on our end either, because America calls for restraint against the Kremlin all the time.
Oil revenue to finance drug terrorism and of stealing oil and land from America.
Getting land, oil rights, whatever we had, they took it away because we had a president that maybe wasn't watching. But they're not going to do that. We want it back. They took our oil rights. We had a lot of oil there. As you know, they threw our companies out, and we want it back.
The blockade threatens Venezuela's crumbling economy. It has the world's largest proven oil reserves, and the U.S. is the second largest buyer after China. The U.S. buys 50% of the country's total exports, mostly crude, the government's main source of revenue. Years of economic decline have held back efforts to modernize Venezuela's armed forces. Currently, it has 123,000 active personnel and 8,000 reservists, and relies on China, Russia, Iran, and Cuba for weapons and training. Added to those is the Bolivarian militia, an estimated 300,000 armed fighters based locally throughout communities. Maduro has remained defiant, denouncing Trump's blockade as warmongering.
Today, I spoke with the UN Secretary General. We spoke at length, and I laid out to him what the scale of aggression and threats have been. So Venezuela's oil belongs to them. The Venezuelan minerals and gold belong to them. And what we've never heard before, that the Venezuelan land belongs to them and that we must give them back immediately. Honestly, it's a warlike and colonial intention.
Washington has deployed its largest presence of U.S. forces in the Caribbean in decades. more than 15,000 American soldiers, fighter jets, a Navy destroyer with guided missiles, and the world's largest aircraft carrier. Since September, it's bombed dozens of vessels in the Caribbean and Pacific, killing about 100 people it accuses of smuggling drugs. Both China and Russia have voiced support for Venezuela.
China opposes all acts of unilateral bullying and supports countries in defending their sovereignty and national dignity. Venezuela has the right to independently develop mutually beneficial cooperation with other countries.
We see tensions escalating in the region. We see it as potentially very dangerous. Venezuela is our ally and partner. We call on all parties in the region to show restraint in order to avoid any unpredictable developments.
With each step, observers are wondering if the countries are moving closer to war. Alexandra Byers, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
I don't know if this goes beyond finger wagging in general, but yeah, the Inside Story is not as exciting, I think, because there's like all these different takes in it. There's got to be a more. Where is it? There's got to be a more interesting one here. Hold on. Like a more concise. Oh, here it is. Trump, Venezuela, and the new Cold War with China.
When it comes to the art of diplomacy, there's a number of ways countries talk to each other. There's economic diplomacy. For example, I give you money and you give me oil. You know what I mean. Cultural diplomacy. I give you Louis Armstrong playing jazz at the pyramids, and you let me move this oil through your...
How is this not seen as hypocritical by China, considering his posture with Taiwan? Brother, that is fucking insane. How many fucking fishermen, how many Taiwanese boats has China blown up off their own coastline, ironically enough? Because, you know, the closest Taiwanese land is like what, a fucking 100 kilometers off the Chinese coastline? Like, what are we talking about? Is not even a question. There is no comparison. Also, the American government considers Taiwan to be a part of China. Okay? Just remember. At most, you could maybe say, well, look at what China's doing to the Philippines, right? To the Filipino boaters, to the Filipino fishermen. And even in that situation, could you imagine if the American Coast Guard was actually spraying Venezuelan boats with water cannons as opposed to nuking them out of orbit? There's nothing that you can compare that America does that is even remotely close to what China does. Okay?
Canal. And then there's this.
Another lethal blow against suspected drug traffickers.
The U.S. striking another alleged drug vessel in the waters off Venezuela.
Gunboat diplomacy. Give me your oil or else.
Venezuela was ready to collapse. We would have taken it over. We would have gotten all that oil.
This is how the U.S. has dealt with Venezuela for decades. But Donald Trump has turned that dial way up. It started with missile strikes on speedboats, then an aircraft carrier moved into the Caribbean. U.S. troops deployed in Panama, and CIA operatives were sent to Caracas. President Trump says it's a war on drugs. That Venezuelan leader, Nicolas Maduro, is a so-called narco-terrorist who's flooding the U.S. with cocaine, mass violence, and sex trafficking. But it's starting to look like a war on Venezuela.
Millones de campesinos y campesinas estén preparados para tomar las armas y defender la República Bolivariana de Venezuela.
So is this really about narcotics?
Venezuela's not involved in the drug trade because the UN says they're not involved in the drug. I don't care what the UN says. The UN doesn't know.
This man is also the most responsible for all this shit. Okay? I just need you to understand. This has been his baby since he got in office, okay? Marco Rubio came into power because he wanted to suck off Israel and he wanted to blow up every Latin American country he possibly could. And now, as the head of the State Department, he's getting his wishes. And it's not just about Venezuela. It's also about Cuba as well. He wants to blow up Venezuela. He wants to blow up Cuba. He wants to completely dominate every single Latin American country.
What they're talking about.
Yeah, 99 to 1 Senate confirmation vote, including Bernie Sanders, for the record. Remember that.
Even about Venezuela or something else, like China and its growing influence in Latin America.
Maduro offered us a dominant stake in Venezuela's oil, gold, and mineral wealth and promised to cut ties with Russia and China.
So how far is Trump willing to go? And will China back down? I'm Mohammed Hasan, and this is Pinch Point, where politics and geography collide. Let's play a game. Can you guess who does the most trade with these countries in Latin America? The US or China? Let's start with Brazil. Answer, China. What about Mexico? Answer, the US. Chile, China. Peru, China. Argentina, China. As you go across the region, it's clear that China has been making big moves. In the last few years, China's become South America's biggest trade partner, usurping a role the US has fought to maintain for more than 200 years. And it's always been very protective of that.
Yeah, that's called trade maxing, baby. Get with the fucking program. This is true. This is the reason. Mohammed Hasan is absolutely right.
All the way back in 1823,
Twitter,
U.S. President James Monroe issued the Monroe Doctrine, a warning to European powers to abandon their colonial pursuits in the Western Hemisphere. Then, in 1904, President Theodore Roosevelt amended that doctrine.
I feel like I might have made the right decision.
Giving the United States power to intervene militarily in Latin American countries. The Roosevelt corollary kick-started America's view of itself as world police, and over the next century began to flex its growing military power. In the 20th century alone, it sent its armed forces to Peru, Nicaragua, Mexico, Honduras, Guatemala. It occupied parts of Haiti, Cuba, the Dominican Republic, Panama, Colombia, and it helped overthrow governments in Argentina, Chile, El Salvador, Bolivia, Brazil. Honestly, it's easier to name a country that wasn't shaped by US intervention, maybe Costa Rica. Whenever a country got too cozy with a rival, Team USA stepped in to protect its interests.
Damn, that's crazy. What the fuck? What the hell? I don't get it. That dude was an ex-IDF VTuber? Wait, really? Oh, that's awesome.
Which, throughout the 20th century, can be summed up in one word: oil. And setting a
You blocked me because I called you anti-Semitic and because I served in the IDF. If I blocked you on Twitter, it's not that serious. Like, I didn't think about it at all. Okay, I promise you. But also, why the fuck do you want to be unblocked?
The top of this region is a country with more proven oil reserves than anywhere else in the world: Venezuela. Back in the day, the two countries were pretty friendly, and US companies had...
This person is trying to make a name for themselves in the Asmin sphere. They're farming you for a video right now. Wait, you served in the IDF, you called me anti-Semitic, and you're trying to make a name for yourself in the Asmongold sphere? How do you feel about Asmongold talking about how base Nick Fuentes is? Serious question. Who do you think is a bigger anti-Semite? Put that in the video. You promote terrorist propaganda. You think I'm a bigger threat? I'm a bigger anti-Semite than Nick Fuentes. Okay. No, he's a bigger idiot, to be fair. Huh. Okay. They're a white person who says the N-word regularly on Twitter. I do love this kind of stuff. Where someone who I guess is a white Israeli person that says the N-word will be like, honestly, Nick Fuentes is a little bit anti-Semitic, but you're a bigger threat than he is, even though I'm not even anti-Semitic. I'm just anti-Zionist. I'm anti-Israel. Not something that I hide at all, right? But it is pretty funny. Like it's the logical conclusion of just being only invested in the continuation of death and domination that Israel brings about the entire region. Okay. Are you allergic to normal haters? Brother, it is not my fault that I rarely have normal haters, okay? I bring a very strange vibe, I guess, that seemingly is catnip for the most insane type of person. Israeli IDF veteran, lolly VTuber, who says the N-word and thinks that Nick Fuentes is less of a threat to Jews than someone like myself. Like, how do you write that? How do you explain that? God damn. Pick a struggle, brother.
Unchallenged access to Venezuelan oil fields. But that all changed in 1999 when a revolutionary socialist government led by Hugo Chavez seized power. Fiercely anti-American, Chavez...
Sweetheart. Wait. This is the thing I don't get. It's like, first of all, even though that's not the case, okay? Even though that is not the case, how the fuck do you explain your worldview if you are anti-black racist, saying the N-word, transphobic, have a lolly VTuber account, and you're also on top of that going, well, this is the one kind of bigotry that we must not broach. Like, why do you think Nazi sentiment, like actual anti-Semitism, not anti-Zionism of the likes I represent, but actual anti-Semitism is growing? Do you not realize that you're kind of playing a role in this? Being a Zionist means believing in the existence of the state of Israel. If you want us to exist, if you don't want us to exist, then you're anti-Zionist, which is anti-Semitic. Yeah, I know. I've heard this stuff before. I'm talking about something different, and I don't think you're understanding. By the way, the reason why you're being held back on the auto mod is because the ADL made it so that it's a terms of service violation to even bring up the word Zionism in this chat, just so you understand. And it's not like some heavy-handed censorship that we're implementing. But you're not considering what I'm saying. If you're running around being bigoted to all these other different groups, why do you expect other people to be so cognizant and so careful and so considerate about Jewish people? Yeah. What a nice bridge. Making a PewDiePie N-word with a hard R joke. Why would even your fans that tune in for this kind of stuff ever be considerate about anti-Semitism at all? Like, do you not understand the energy that you're putting out? You're maybe getting a fraction of in return. While also simultaneously going to one of the few communities that doesn't entertain this shit at all for any group whatsoever. What do you mean? What the hell are you talking about? Used Google before? What do you mean? What the hell are you talking about? I know a lot of things are confusing to you. I'm saying if you're being bigoted towards black people, towards trans people, why the fuck do you think people are not going to be bigoted towards Jewish people? Is it that difficult to comprehend? I'm saying you're playing a role in fomenting anti-Semitism. A lot of the anti-woke people that you have aligned with, that you feel like you're a part of this movement, despise you as a Jewish person. Okay? There is no, we're going to do anti-woke for every group other than Jews. And that's precisely the reason why this anti-woke movement has now moved on to also declassifying Jews as white and are anti-Semitic. Pretty basic stuff. I know it's difficult to comprehend, but you're playing a role in this. You're also simultaneously coming to the community of a person who unironically does not play a role in this. I don't foment anti-Semitism. I separate Judaism from Zionism with regular frequency. And on top of that, I try to the best of my ability, combat all different kinds of bigotries, including anti-Semitism. If you're anti-Semitic, you're also anti-Zionist, which means you don't believe in the state of Israel. You say we're committing a genocide in Gaza, but that doesn't exist at all. Yes. It doesn't exist. It's all made up. Everyone's out to get you. And it's not because of your output. Okay? You openly served in a terrorist army. You have not reflected on said service whatsoever. But a lot gets lost, I think, in your mind. And it's interesting to see this in real time. Like people who make allegiances with like some of the most hateful, bigoted people and then cry about anti-Semitism. It's like, brother, you made this shit sandwich, you know? You made it. You made the sandwich. The walls are closing in. No politic here. Say you love Israel.
It's focused on building closer ties with Iran, Russia, and China, and keeping Venezuelan oil firmly under state control. Here's how he described US President George W. Bush in 2006 following his invasion of Iraq.
Para decírtelo en mi mal inglés, en mi bad English, you are a donkey, Mr. Danger. You are a donkey, Mr. Bush. Si algún día
Hugo Chavez, the lion that you are.
se te va a ocurrir la locura de invadir Venezuela,
Donkey.
te espero en esta sabana, Mr. Danger. Come on here, Mr. Danger.
So yeah, not a fan. The root of this tension came from Chavez's belief that the US had tried everything they could to topple him, starting with an attempted coup in 2002 where he was detained for 48 hours, to an alleged assassination attempt in 2005, to his accusation that US aid was funding opposition parties. When Chavez died and his deputy, Nicolas Maduro...
Not an accusation necessarily, but just, you know, real life. You can usually tell when it's American involvement because immediately after the implementation of the coup, before it like hits the fucking news outlets, America will automatically go, we recognize the new Venezuelan government. The people have spoken. The new Venezuelan government, led by the Venezuelan Chamber of Commerce. You know? Like before people even understand what the fuck took place, before the Venezuelans go, whoa, hold on. We're going to take up arms against this. This is unacceptable. The American government's out there being like, oh my God, I can't believe how much democracy just took place.
Took over in 2013, the US placed heavy sanctions on Venezuela, labeling it as a threat to national security. It said that Chavez and Maduro secretly fronted an international cartel called Cartel de los Soles and used the army to facilitate...
I'm going to ask one last time to Nevin, Why do you think you can be bigoted towards all these other groups, align yourself with all these other bigots, and assume that they're going to be woke about Jews for some fucking weird reason? Okay? Why have you not answered this question? I need you to answer this question. Oh, you got banned. Wait, no, you got unbanned. How is it a terrorist army we announce every time before we strike? Okay, dude. Yeah. If Hamas had said we're doing October 7th beforehand, then it would have been fine, right? Is that what you're saying? Also, you don't even announce every time before you strike. I'm getting timed out every time I try to answer you, bro. Your mods or something else? No, you're getting timed out because you keep using Zionist. And Zionist is a blocked term. Okay? That's why. Just stop using the term Zionist. And answer my question. Answer my question. Okay? Stop trying to move in all these different directions. You care about anti-Semitism. I care about anti-Semitism. You, on the other hand, have aligned yourself with a lot of anti-Semitic people, and you think I'm fomenting anti-Semitism. But my question to you is, if you are being bigoted towards all these other groups, why do you expect those guys to not be bigoted to you? Why do you expect your allies not to also be anti-Semitic? What is this position? Where is this attitude coming from? Where is this entitlement coming from? Why would the anti-woke crowd simply, are you afraid of Zionists? Lol. No, dumbass. I already explained it to you, but you're too fucking dense. You do not understand. The reason why Zionist is a blocked term in the chat is because the ADL, in an effort to combat the anti-Semitic tendencies that we're fomenting on Twitch, made Zionists a violation of the terms of service. Okay? And we are complying. This is what you wanted, I assume, right? You don't care about anti-Semitism. You constantly spread lies about Israel. Chatter, answer my question. Why do you think all of the anti-woke movement, all of this anti-woke movement wasn't inevitably going to turn on Jews? Listen to my words, listen to my question, and answer it. Why do you think every single person that you've aligned with, we're going to be like, oh yeah, I love this anti-woke backlash. We're all anti-woke now. You know, fuck every other group except for Jews. Don't say anything about Jews. Why did you think that that was going to take place? Very difficult to penetrate the iron dome of the propagandized mind. This is an Israeli Asmongold chatter. They're cooked. Nazis loving Nazis, but they call you anti-Semitic. I know. I'm trying to understand this perspective. Okay? I'm trying to understand this perspective. You are not banned. I'm trying to understand your perspective because I think your mind is fascinating. Okay? Your mind is fascinating. You think I am an anti-Semitic op to you. Okay? This is not the case, but we're not going to get into my anti-Zionism and all that stuff. What I am more interested in is why you are orbiting the community of someone who openly talks about Nick Fuentes. We don't agree on much, but I think you and I both agree that Nick Fuentes hates Jews. Okay? Now, if we agree on that, and maybe we both agree on anti-Semitism being a form of bigotry, my question to you is, if you are being hateful towards black people, trans people, everybody else, if you're a part of this like anti-woke militia and movement, why the fuck do you think those guys are not going to turn around and be shitty to Jews? What makes you think that those guys are not also going to be, oh, now at least I've leveled up. I'm better than Nick Fuentes. Thank you. Well, Asmongold seems to love Nick Fuentes, and you love Asmongold, so I don't know how that works for you. But once again, You're not answering my question. Why do you think the anti-woke movement that you're part of was not going to inevitably shit on Jews as well? Answer my question, please. Also, has Miguel's pretty smart compared to you? At least he's not shocking his dog. Okay. You're still not answering my question. Okay. I don't know why it's so difficult for you to answer one question. How many times has it been now? Like 15? 20? Answer the question. I don't think you can answer it. Because I think deep down inside you might recognize that, you know, Hasan got absolutely owned, breathtaking content.
Ethan just owned Hasan. He dropped 2 videos that I absolutely have to show you. Let's roll the clip.
Just remember.
Bro, Israel is in fucking shambles, dude. These are the Hasbara operatives. These are my fucking ops, dog. What are we doing? I am from Israel. This is my culture. Oh, God. I am Israel's top general. This is my culture. All right, I'm done. We got to get back to some serious shit, okay?
Facilitate drug trafficking to keep themselves in power. But does this cartel even exist? There's not much evidence to prove it. According to UN data, most of the drugs that are flowing through Venezuela don't end up in the US and mostly goes to Europe. For example, if you look at where cocaine is produced and transported into the US, it's being made in Colombia and Peru and transported through Mexico. In other words, it's the US's allies who are most responsible for its drug problems. Here's the thing though, throughout this whole ordeal, Venezuela never stopped selling oil to the US. Why?
Because of the strong economic ties between Venezuela and the United States, including the refineries in the Gulf Coast of the United States that were dependent on receiving Venezuelan crude, which is a very specific type of crude, and their refineries were designed to process that very specific type of Venezuelan crude.
Whenever it needed access to crude, the US quietly gave licenses to American companies like Chevron, allowing them to bypass sanctions. Until 2023, the US was buying half of all Venezuela's oil exports. But Venezuela was also looking elsewhere for trade. And this is where China comes in. Back in 2001, China needed large amounts of crude oil to fuel its modernization project, and Hugo Chavez needed a buyer who wasn't threatening to impose sanctions. That year, Venezuela became the first Hispanic country to sign a major trade deal with China. A year later, the US tried to overthrow Chavez in a coup, and like I said, failed. The US increasingly saw Venezuela as part of a so-called troika of tyranny with Cuba and Nicaragua, socialist governments with strong ties to China and Russia, and therefore threats to its interests in the region. But the more the US tried to isolate Venezuela, the more China stepped in to fill the gap. It gave Venezuela more than $60 billion in state loans for housing projects and helped it build railways and ports. Its cargo ships figured out how to bypass US sanctions too, by turning their transponders off in Venezuelan waters. For Venezuela, crippled by corruption and a currency in freefall, China became a lifeline. For China, Venezuela became its entry point into Latin America and a key transport hub for its Belt and Road Initiative. Since then, China began to expand its influence really quickly. In Panama, it built bridges, high-speed rail, and ports along the Panama Canal. It's investing heavily.
Wait, what? I don't like that. I don't like that one. Bridges? High-speed rail? Excuse me. Don't you know you're not allowed to do that?
In the so-called Lithium Triangle, Argentina, Bolivia, and Chile, countries rich in the...
And before you say, they also help Bukele, I know, dog, it don't matter. These guys, when have I said that China has any sort of ideological investment in this. They are noticeably absent. They have a permanently agnostic position when it comes to dealing with every country, including America. Okay? Every country. I think some of you mistake the things that I talk about when I talk about like the way that China operates around the world as like an overall positive. Okay? No, they're trade maxing. The term I like to use is trade maxing. Above all, trade is what matters the most. Okay? China would trade with Hitler's Germany, no cap. I mean, they're trading with Israel, so it's not that fucking far-fetched. And they trade with America too, so it's not like there is any sort of interest. Like, at least with America, you could say it's a major market, right? Like, they dominate the planet. It's virtually impossible to cut off all access to America, and it's an incredibly important position for China for their own survival. Fair is fair. That can be understandable. But as far as trading with Israel goes, I mean, there is a lot of opportunity there to greatly influence both Israel and every other country by punishing Israel. It's good for Chinese goals in the region. It's good for, it's obviously good for hoping to put a dent in Israel's genocidal ambition in Gaza. But it's not happening. It's not happening at all. Because they're fucking trade maxing. China figures if they can make everyone dependent upon trade, they benefit, so they logically trade with everyone. For sure.
Mineral vital for China's growing electric car industry. More than 20 Latin American countries have signed up for the Belt and Road Initiative, most recently Colombia. In 2024, China signed free trade deals with Chile, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Nicaragua, and Peru. And in May 2025, hosted regional leaders in Beijing. And
why is the burden on China to be the moral police of the world, though? They work for their own people. Brother, what are you talking about? I mean, come on, dude. Are we being serious right now? I hate this fucking cope from American China glazers as well, where it's like, oh, well, like, think about it from the perspective of America, okay? Why is it America's business to be the world police? Like, it's fucking ridiculous. And it's also unironically beneficial for China to offer some shroud of protection to these other countries in the region that they actually offer them oil, for example. It is beneficial for China to promote stability and therefore go against American intervention, both in Venezuela and in Iran and also in Israel as well. If they want to trade max and they want global stability, they have to, at some points, push back against the number one instability guy in the entire planet, which is the United States of America. It's not about becoming the fucking global police or being the most moral force on the planet. That's not what I'm saying at all.
Announcing a $9 billion investment line of credit, but by far its biggest partnership.
Basically, China as it stands, relies on how horrible America is to all of its allies and all of its enemies alike. And that's the reason why they can get away with just like being a shitty partner or being an ally when the country is not under fire. Okay? Because the alternative is always America. That's what they are getting away with. It's the bottom of the barrel.
Region has been with Brazil, a key member of the BRICS economic alliance of 10 countries. The expanding economic partnership wants a new currency for international trade, much to the horror of the US. And while Brazil has downplayed this in recent months, it's made it clear it doesn't want to be, quote, fully dependent on the dollar.
You wouldn't have the dollar as your currency anymore. You wouldn't have a world domination by the dollar if I didn't win this election. BRICS was an attack on the dollar.
When Donald Trump first took office in 2016, he had China in his scopes, accusing it of taking advantage of US weakness on the world stage and promoting the spread of drugs past its borders. He then hiked sanctions on Venezuela and fostered ties with right-wing leaders in Brazil, Argentina, and El Salvador. When Joe Biden replaced him in 2020, containing China's rapid growth was high on his agenda. But despite his attempts at limiting its access to vital minerals and semiconductors, the regional shift was only going in one direction. Probably the most telling moment was in November 2024, during the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Forum in Peru. President Joe Biden had gone to reassert the close ties between neighbors in the Americas, but during the forum, China inaugurated a $3.5 billion deep-water megaport just outside the capital Lima. During a group photo to conclude the summit, China's Xi Jinping was placed front and center, right next to Peru's president. And Biden was, well, all the way back here. Ouch. By the time Trump returned to office in 2025, he was convinced something more drastic had to be done. His Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, had long advocated for a more hawkish approach in Latin America and believed the spread of China and its socialist influences was the primary threat to US interests.
The Communist Party of China leads PRC, is the most potent and dangerous near-peer adversary this nation has ever confronted. They have elements that the Soviet Union never possessed. They are a technological adversary and competitor, an industrial competitor, an economic competitor, a geopolitical competitor, a scientific competitor now, in every realm. The Chinese believe that the United States are a great power in inevitable decline and that they are an inevitable rise.
Rubio began his tenure with a long tour of the region, the first time a US Secretary of State had done this since 1912, making it clear that Trump's America First policy was also an America's First policy, and that he expected his neighbors to reciprocate. Their first target was Panama.
And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back.
Panama's government hit back, saying its canal wasn't up for grabs, and that it wanted no part in the US-China rivalry. But just 2 weeks later, it was forced to drop out of the Belt and Road Initiative and allow US investment company BlackRock to acquire the Panama Ports Company, which China is now trying to block with its own bid. Then in April, the US deployed troops near the canal for military training exercises, and the message couldn't be more obvious.
China did not build this canal. China does not operate this canal. And China will not weaponize this canal.
In July, the US slapped a 40% tariff on...
I'm gonna be honest, I think China believes, for very good reason too, that if the US gets bogged down for another 10 years in a war, this time so close to the US too, is pretty much only positive for China. Yeah. I mean, sure. Everything that America is doing is accelerating towards America's demise. And that is the gamble that China is making.
Brazilian goods in response to the jailing of the country's former president, Jair Bolsonaro, a Trump ally and a vocal critic of China. In September, Rubio placed visa restrictions on Central American nationals accused of acting on...
I think the difference is that there wouldn't be... Like, Vietnam would not exist if it wasn't backed by one of the two poles, right? When it was being invaded and dominated by Americans, like, I'm sorry, the ingenuity of the Viet Cong goes a long way, but the reality of the matter is Vietnam would not be a sovereign nation right now. Or at least wouldn't be as developed as it is right now. It probably would have taken even longer. It could have had a South Korea, North Korea style formation, right? Like, the point I'm trying to make is that you do need to push and pull at certain points. So this non-interventionist policy, this non-interventionist, no ideology whatsoever attitude that China has, I think does not benefit them in the long run. Sometimes it's all right to tilt the scales a little bit or to stop further collapse from taking place for an important ally that has allowed you to gain foothold in this entire continent. So some imperialism is good. It's imperialism when you arm the fucking a domestic population with defensive weapons against an actual imperialist superpower slated to destroy your country? What are you talking about? What do words mean? The USSR was doing imperialism by fucking offering supplies to the Vietnamese forces that were fighting against yet another colonial superpower trying to invade and destroy the country. Developing a puppet state in the South and engaging in wholesale slaughter. That's what the USSR was doing. Imperialism in Vietnam. That's crazy. Is the reason China's not stopping trade with Israel solely because they think it would antagonize the U.S.? I think they're just profiting off of everything. But you are inherently at an informational disadvantage compared to the decision makers in China. They made it this far. Maybe they know what they're doing. Maybe cold wars and interventions are what led to downfalls. I think the reason why they behave the way that they do is, what is this? Don't you think your imperialism critiques sometimes lean too hard on U.S. hypocrisy without addressing how some global South leaders also reproduce internal class domination? Anti-imperialism isn't the same as defending every regime, right? Yes, you're right. I actually am very mad. You're right. You know who is the main villain in this story? Maduro, which of course leaves only one other solution. The immediate implementation of puppet leadership. Maybe it's because I don't want countries to be punished by the largest, most consequential imperial force on the planet for not being sufficiently woke enough or socialist enough in their domestic affairs. Partially because I also factor in decades of intervention that makes it virtually impossible for any sort of like popular revolution to take place in these countries.
Behalf of the Chinese government, which he said was a corrupt influence on the region. And then there's Argentina. President Javier Milei had publicly rejected an offer to join BRICS in 2023, vying for closer ties to the US. But facing an economic crisis and spiraling inflation, he accepted a $5 billion currency swap with Beijing in April 2025. By October, the US stepped in, offering Argentina a $20 billion loan, but only if Milei remained in power. Days later, Milei won a landslide election victory.
Argentina, I want to congratulate the victor, and he was a big victor, and he had a lot of help from us.
By now, the US Navy had become a dominant presence in the Caribbean, escalating attacks on boats alleged to be transporting drugs from Venezuela. International drug cartels were designated as terror organizations, and a $50 million bounty was placed on Nicolas Maduro's head.
CIA have authority to take out Maduro?
Oh, I don't want to answer
Hasan,
a question
please,
like that. That's a
Hasan, please answer this question for me. Where does your moral compass come from, and how fickle are your morals? Empathy first politics. Do unto others what you wish would be done to yourself.
ridiculous question for me to be given. Not really a ridiculous question, but wouldn't it be a ridiculous question for me to answer? But I think Venezuela is feeling heat, but I think a lot of other countries are feeling heat too.
Now, here's what's interesting. In the background of this military escalation, Maduro tried to appease Trump, offering to open up all existing and future oil and gold projects to American companies and reverse the flow of Venezuelan oil exports from China. And initially, the US president considered the offer, but it was Marco Rubio that pushed him to reject it. Rubio firmly believed that the socialist leaders in the region relied on each other politically and economically, and that toppling Maduro would lead to the collapse of Nicaragua and Cuba. Instead, the US could get more favorable trade deals with a capitalist in charge, like Venezuela's opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado, who's currently in hiding.
Forget about the Saudis. I mean, we have more oil. I mean, infinite potential. and we're going to open markets. We're going to kick off the government from the oil sector. We are going to privatize all our industry. Venezuela has huge resources, oil, gas,
Put some
minerals.
respect on her name. That is Machado, the female Juan Guaido, Nobel Peace Prize winner, Maria Corina Machado.
Land, technology.
On October 6, the US cut all diplomatic communication with Venezuela, seemingly ending any hope of de-escalating the situation. Maduro had little choice but to plead with Trump in public.
Donald Trump, usted tiene que cuidarse, porque Marco Rubio quiere manchar sus manos de sangre, con sangre suramericana, caribeña, con sangre venezolana. Lo quieren llevar a un baño de sangre y que su apellido, Trump, se manche de sangre por los siglos de los siglos.
Backed into a corner, Maduro turned to China and Russia for help. Internal US documents appear to show letters from Maduro to Xi Jinping asking,
Is it appropriate to say the U.S. government wants Venezuela the next Afghanistan in terms of stealing resources? How long until they claim Venezuela has a WMD? It's more so like Iraq, and also they already have moved to classify fentanyl as a WMD. While simultaneously lying about Venezuela being a major drug trafficking hub for fentanyl coming into the United States of America, which is a lie already. So yeah, the new WMD is fentanyl.
For expanded military cooperation and radar detection systems. But despite issuing strong statements condemning US military escalations, China seems reluctant to involve itself directly. Having already invested so much into the country, could it now decide to cut its losses?
China did not throw fresh money at Venezuela, right? They were already had loaned Venezuela quite a bit, and Venezuela was already struggling to pay back their loans, and Venezuela has defaulted on most of their debt. But Venezuela did start making oil payments to China to service some of that debt.
Even if Trump succeeds with his military aims, it could have lasting repercussions. Trump's MAGA base elected him on an anti-war platform.
Cap, they don't give a shit. They'll say, yeah, based.
And held him back from escalating a military confrontation with Iran in June.
They won't see the impact of this unless it harms their treats and unless their relatives come back in body bags, okay? That's it. The American mind, when it comes to foreign policy, the American system is designed, the media infrastructure is specifically designed to shelter Americans from the actual consequences of whatever kind of military adventurism we're engaging in are all around the globe. Okay. So in that, there's a reason why American imperial conquest takes 20 fucking years to come to a close and oftentimes ends with a massive failure in general. And then people go, oh, how did we get here? And then the next time this kind of ambition is brought back into the forefront, everybody goes, this time it'll be different. This time is valid. Now we're not even doing that. We're not even really like, it doesn't feel like the propaganda arm is even all that invested in it. It doesn't feel like we have our heart in it this time around. We're not like even making enough shit up. There is no multifaceted, multi-front approach to manufacturer consent even. There's no passion in it. And seemingly a lot of Americans are just like, I don't know. The fuck do I care about whether or not we blow up Venezuelan fisher boats or if we like invade Venezuela or not? I don't want it. But if it happens, it happens. You know? That is what it feels like, because everything is on autopilot. That's what it feels like to me. Feels like everything is just on autopilot. It's just, you know, things are gonna go the way that they're gonna go, and there's not really anything that you can say or do to stop it. And you're too busy trying to make sure you survive, and you're too invested in whatever slop is thrown your way, and you can sedate yourself with the treats that are readily available. Now, if the treats are called into question. If your treats are threatened, you might have a very different attitude, right? If they're no longer as accessible, now then you might start getting mad. Will you tie it back to this dying empire and its last breath of violence? I don't know. But then there will be some instability.
And while Trump made a public display of deporting Venezuelan migrants, the collapse of the government could lead to an unprecedented new wave of migration towards the US border. But most starkly, what this apparent march to war has done is put the whole of Latin America on edge.
It does raise questions. Is the administration planning to take these kinds of actions in other countries where there are foreign terrorist organizations that are involved in drug trafficking? And that includes some of our closest partners in the region, and what the economic and political fallout of that could be. If the U.S. government is going to partners in Latin America and asking them to cut back on the relationship with China, one of the big questions is going to be, well, what is the U.S. government bringing to the table?
As China considers how to protect its interests in the region while avoiding a direct confrontation with its rival, it could decide that its best strategy is to sit back and hope the US is making a terrible mistake.
Great stuff. All right, now let's talk about some of the things that are holding American society together, also falling apart at the domestic front, now that we've extensively covered the Venezuela angle here. As we are waiting for the police to offer a live update, and I think it's going to start soon on the brown shooter, and I'll go to that when that press conference starts. It's live now, but it still hasn't, cops haven't actually shown up yet. Healthcare legislation. Wait, what is this? Reason for the link? Same car. New York Times. Authorities believe Brown University shooter rented a vehicle that is the same make and model car connected to the killing of the MIT professor. So what does this mean? Like, does this mean that they were trying to... Yeah, there is a connection potentially between the MIT professor that was killed and the Brown University shooting, or at least that's what the authorities are suspecting. But what I don't understand about this is what brings these targets together, because there's no consistency here. Like it wasn't a targeted assassination of a professor in one case, where it does look like it was a targeted assassination of a professor in the other one. None of this makes sense. The Brown University shooting happened in the physics and engineering building. Yes. What is this? Someone on Reddit was telling people that the car was a rental 2 days ago. I'm being dead serious. The police need to look into a gray Nissan with Florida plates, possibly a rental. That was the car he was driving. It was parked in front of a little shack behind the Rhode Island Historical Society on the Cook Street side. I know because he used his key fob to open the car, approached it, and then something prompted him to back away. When he backed away, he relocked the car. I found that so odd. When he circled the block, I approached the car, and that is when I saw the Florida plates. He was parked in a section between the gate of the RIHS and the corner of Cook and George Street. What the fuck? This is the one time where there was someone on Reddit that actually... someone on Reddit for once... seemingly identified. I mean, this is from 2 days ago. TikTok conspiracy theorists are saying it's all tied to nuclear research and engineering since Brown students were in the engineering and physics department. I just don't get it. Oh, Kyle, watch out. Don't stand behind me. Oh. I mean, this is all speculation at this point. We just need to get information from the authorities, okay? Complete Twitter talk, but I saw multiple people saying Spielberg released a trailer very early for his Alien announcement related. Okay, stop. Please stop. CNN says they have an ID on the suspect just now. Yes, the authorities have actually found identified the suspect, luckily. and we are waiting for them to actually make an announcement. There's a press conference that's imminent right now. Here, we'll tune into CNN for the time being.
Looks like they don't have a good, really great image of his face, but they have shown him walking around wearing a kind of a two-tone dark jacket. In various images, he's carrying like a satchel that's strapped to his front, and in other images, you don't see that satchel. He's wearing what appears to be a black ski cap and a black mask, and he has a kind of a distinctive gait. So that's what we've been able to show you this week, and they've kind of released those images incrementally before each news conference. We are pressing people for answers, of course, as to who this person is and what more they'll be able to tell us later tonight, hopefully.
And Mary Ellen, as they start the search, well, I'm sure they've already started it, but how can they be sure, as they intensify the search, that the suspect is still in Rhode Island itself?
Well, I don't think they can be assured that he is in Rhode Island. At this point, it's been 6 days, and so, I mean, he could actually be at anywhere in the United States. So, but I do think that they've got that base covered because they've got federal agencies that are working on the case. So, they're probably, if he is out of Rhode Island, then they have contacted FBI field offices throughout the United States, wherever they think he is. That can certainly affect an arrest.
Brian, Brown University has been facing questions about the number of cameras on campus and why it doesn't appear that more of these cameras didn't pick up clearer images of the shooter. Just to remind our viewers, here's what Brown University had to say yesterday. Here's the provost.
We have 1,200 cameras located throughout the campus. We don't publish the locations of the cameras. That would give a map to somebody to evade detection on the cameras. So that would be counterproductive to do that. There are cameras in this building, and as I answered the previous question, we have turned over all evidence that we are holding at Brown to law enforcement and are cooperating fully with them.
But Brian, you and so many journalists have questions about the cameras at Brown. Give us some examples of what you're wondering.
Well, Jake, what they really have not answered and what we have been pressing them repeatedly on this week is why, and according to officials, and
if it's not a
officials have said
conspiracy,
this,
explain why Trump's
they did have
company is
multiple
investing in
cameras
fusion
in the newer part of that engineering building. We've been told that this is a newer building attached to an older part of the building, so that they did have multiple cameras in the newer part of the building, and that those cameras actually did capture a lot of activity.
I'm trying to tie this all together, and I guess the only thing I can think of is like you have a very skilled assassin that with a fall guy that tries to do like I'm putting my fucking conspiracy theory hat on, right? None of this is real. I'm just trying to comprehend what this would look like, and it would be like, oh, you try to create chaos in a mass shooting incident in Brown, because the victims in Brown are not connected at all to anything significant. They're just like regular students. And while everyone is actually focused on Brown, you very quickly make an exit, a swift exit, drive 20 minutes down the street and go to this neighborhood where your actual target is, and then you go and you assassinate the target. Because I don't see any other reason why. This would be in any way, shape, or form connected, you know? They're going to be an ISIS-affiliated shooter for acting on behalf of Iran as retaliation for the nuclear program attack. Okay, I don't know. Nah, dudes need to stop fusion power. Is not all anywhere near commercializable. We're 50 plus years away from it being useful. You never know, man. If we're doing conspiracy theories, you know, what if he was on the verge of a new discovery? I will say, when I see the FBI agents literally fucking stomping on the ground like this in the snow, it kind of makes me feel like they're in on it. And they're like, oh, God, oh, gosh, darn it. Gotta find this guy now. Like, I know that's not the case. And I'm sure the simpler explanation is that they are not in on some grand conspiracy, but simply just fucking incompetent. But it quite literally looks in every way, shape, and form like they are in on it. This is, I saw a tweet about this on the timeline that went viral. It was like, yeah, me looking for my friend's shit right after I stole it, you know?
And 6 others.
Yeah, also there was a North Carolina private jet crash that took place. Former NASCAR driver and 6 others were among the North Carolina private jet crash victims. You're seeing like $700K in salaries at work? Yeah. Anyway, they're not live yet still, so we're still waiting. I thought it was a target attack that killed a VPN of Brown's Republican Club. Wait, why the what? No, that was what what's his face was saying. James Woods was saying, to which I responded with, where is it? James Woods and all these other like right wingers were claiming, oh, this is the vice president of the campus Republican Club, and nobody seems to care about her. If she were the vice president of the campus Democrat Club, the killer would have been caught, tried, and in prison by now. There would have been crystal clear video of every moment. To which I responded with, you won. You got your guy who's exhausting all law enforcement resources and kidnapping your neighbors at court hearings. He put a podcaster in charge of the FBI. Now they're failing over and over again, but it's still somehow a Democrat conspiracy. Who's the Democrat? Patel? Trump? Who's the Democrat here? How is this still a fuck the Democrats moment? I don't understand it. I need to understand it. What are you trying to say here? What exactly are you trying to say? This makes as little sense as January 6th was actually an Antifa. It was an Antifa incident, but we also have to free all of the political prisoners that were imprisoned on January 6th for both simultaneously being Antifa and doing an insurrection, but also that insurrection was good and they're all brave patriots. It doesn't fucking make sense. Make sense. Make it make sense. I feel like the dumber Republicans get, the worse their arguments get, but it still has so much salience for some fucking weird reason. They don't even have to make any sense whatsoever. No need for moral consistency, no need for logic. You can lie, but just make it a logical lie. Nope. That's too much of a fucking ask. You know?
Boston's coverage from Providence, Rhode Island, of course, covering the CBS News confirmation that police have identified a person of interest wanted in connection with this deadly shooting at Brown University on Saturday. I want to go ahead now and go to the head of our crime and policing unit, Anna Schechter, who is here with me in Studio 57. We'll go to Rodney Harrison in a little bit, law enforcement expert. But Anna, first of all, we heard Penny Commit there talking about the possible link between the shooting that happened Saturday at Brown University, 2 students tragically killed, and the fatal shooting of the MIT professor, that there might be a connection. What is your reporting?
Well, our reporting is that law enforcement are looking at a possible connection. Remember, they are working round the clock. They're going through surveillance imagery, license plate readers, license plate reader cameras that are taking images in and around the streets, the vehicles in and around Brown University and in and around this neighborhood in Brookline where the professor lived, also in and around MIT. And so they are looking for leads. And so this is yet another lead. It's another lead in a series of leads that until, they have not been panning out. So let's see how this plays out. But, this is potentially some movement. Investigations like this are really hard, especially after that 24-hour period passes. The assailant has had time to leave the area. It takes time. We are on day 6 now out from the Brown shooting that killed 2 students and injured 9 others. A little bit more than 48 hours later, you had the assassination of the MIT
I heard this as well. I mean, this
professor.
is a separate thing, but according to Reuters, China has created extreme ultraviolet lithography, and it is in the testing phase now, which is breaking the technological limitations of the United States. So they might have had a potential breakthrough. And it will shatter the monopoly that, due to innovation, for the record, that Taiwan had on microchip technology. Now, obviously, that'll take a long ass time for it to be fully implemented. fully created, but hey, China once again, whether you like it or not, ASML is a Dutch company, not Taiwanese. Lol. Oh, this is the. Oh, I thought the one that we were talking about was. Oh, this is the one that they wanted to purchase from. ASML is a Dutch company that has the best photolithography tech. I was thinking of the chip manufacturing, TSMC. TSMC makes the chips, ASML makes the machines. China wanted the machines. America actually stopped this trade from taking place. China then achieved the technology to make the machines, but the machines that make the chips. I believe ASML still can't sell to China. No, I know. There was a point where there was going to be a purchase of these machines, and America stopped it. Anyway, ultimately, maybe this will make things a lot cheaper for all the gamers. So even if America's fucking you over, gamers, remember China is out there saving your life. So, and saving your treats. Real terrorism is the naming convention of all these companies. Hold on here, but that's not relevant to what we were talking about with the professor that was potentially assassinated and the possible links. Possible ties to the Brown University shooter. AMD, Intel, NVIDIA still need to design the chips for these machines. Okay, hold on. Let's get back to the Brown University shooter and the possible connection between the MIT murder.
We were talking earlier, this comes amidst a week of huge, tragic news stories around the country and around the world, including a terror attack in Australia. So it's one thing after another. There's been a lot of speculation online. And right now what we're doing is we're just following the facts, and we want to be careful because this is a lead. This is another lead.
Bro, I'm telling you, the only Hasan is a shit lib, but still does good analysis on stuff. This is so funny to call me a fucking shit lib. The only thing that I can think of in my, if I put my conspiracy tinfoil hat on, right? The only thing that I can see them connecting these two incidents is if like the actual target of this like assassin was potentially this MIT professor working on nuclear technology at MIT at the verge of some sort of breakthrough discovery that will be a significant setback to this research. And the reason why the Brown University shooting happened is to exhaust the resources of all matter of law enforcement in an area elsewhere. And that the Brown University shooting was simply a distraction, knowing full well that, let's say, the person was, knowing full well that like the building that he was going into was an older building on Brown University campus, knew exactly where the cameras were, knew that he would be able to make a swift exit after doing this shooting. And then use that as a distraction to literally drive 20 minutes down the road to go and actually take out his intended target. Sorry, that's just wild. That's way too much attention when he could have just gotten the professor at his house. I agree. I know. I'm just saying, like, if I'm putting a tinfoil hat on, that's all I'm saying. The MIT professor was killed one street over from where my girlfriend used to live. Fucking terrifying. That's crazy.
And of course, law enforcement are looking, given the fact that the lead is leading them to.
Brookline isn't 20 minutes from Providence, friend. It's more like an hour away, just FYI. Okay. What's up, dude? Hi, what's going on? You can take her out. Yeah. Austin is here.
who want to take
Bro
a look
watches
at a
Knives Out
potential
once.
connection
I'm just trying to
between
make
the shooting
sense
at
of
Brown
this.
University and the shooting of this beloved MIT professor who we just heard from our station there, lived in that apartment with his family. We don't have any reason to believe at this time that it was a politically motivated attack on him, and we are waiting to hear more. Authorities have released absolutely no information about a potential motive there.
So we were just showing this surveillance video that law enforcement enhanced and released of a person of interest. Doesn't give the public a whole lot to go on. And we don't know how law enforcement made this identification. Could it be that they identified the person that was seen in close proximity that they released yesterday? Could that person have led them? Could somebody have recognized the particular clothing or the gait? But this, as far as surveillance imagery goes of a person of interest, not the most helpful to the public.
That's true, but it's painstaking work. The image quality is not that great. So what police were wanting to do is to fill in.
Brookline, aka Baruch Line, because of how many Jews are here, is woke as fuck and is literally outside of Boston. I used to live in Brookline as an anti-Zionist Jew, and it's chock full of us. There's literally an 80-year-old lady who sits outside the train stop and trains Free Palestine once a week. She rocks. Yeah, that is what I have heard as well. It's a part of Boston. Okay, I mean, it's like close enough in proximity that you can drive the same fucking car from Brown University over in Rhode Island to Brookline, though. And that's part of the reason why I think they're like connecting these two things together. Unless it's like just so, unless the motherfucker who did this in Brown University was literally dumb enough to drive his car back to Brookline where he's from or something, okay? Like, because the only thing that's connecting these two shootings together is like the timeline and also this one fucking rental car. And I don't know how that works. Like, okay, a guy did a mass shooting, got in his fucking car, drove back to this random suburb and seemingly was in close proximity to this other potential assassination took place. It would take multiple hours of driving through Boston traffic from the south. Is LA levels of traffic?
In those pieces of the puzzle, because they had only the very beginning of the puzzle. They had the person of interest who they believe carried out the shooting walking in the residential neighborhood near the building, that engineering building on MIT's
What does law enforcement
campus.
think that person of interest was doing? Do they know?
Wearing the black mask, dressed in dark clothing, walking quickly in one clip, and walking in and out of frame in another clip. In fact, there's one clip where the individual is walking. It was like the streets come to a point and there was somebody else walking. You can see, you can't identify who it is. And the person they believe is the person of interest who carried out the attack, who they believe carried out the attack.
I have insider info from Norfolk DA Brookline. They believe it's the same personal suspected vendetta against Ivy League types. That's insane. Okay, what the fuck? First of all, I am too entertained that you know the DA who revealed some serious information that isn't out yet, and not only that, but also their investigation has led to them believing that this is just like totally fucking random, totally random. Like, this guy just hates Ivy League people. No, you did not get that. That sounds like some shit that Reddit made up or something. That seems crazy. Is it so far-fetched though? Yes, because why would they fucking attack Brown University, random students in a Brown University engineering building, and then turn around and attack someone very specific at their home and not even at, like, I don't know, another Ivy League institution or something?
took off running. So that was interesting, but they didn't have the connective tissue to piece together the path of flight. So they were trying to find, did he enter a vehicle? Did he enter a residence or a business? They had very little to go on. And at this point in the investigation, they do not have a slam dunk. They are looking at
Trying to rationalize this is not the way to go about it. You're right. I should be going even more far-fetched. Here's my theory. It's Charlie Kirk. He's alive. And he's going on a revenge tour on college campuses. Okay? He survived it, and now he's on a revenge tour. Is that better? Are you comfortable with this level of theorizing?
At a potential connection.
He's carrying the
flame.
flame.
That's where we're at, and that is based on their painstaking work of collecting all this imagery that is out there, and it's terabytes of imagery, and they've been going slowly, looking at images of are there things that look similar about these two locations, and they're looking at that.
I do want to ask you, when it comes to the lack of footage that we have, do we know what the reason is behind that?
So this is a good question. The engineering building, part of that building was outfitted with new technology, more cameras, but the area, the room where the students were prepping for their final exam, the room where the shooting took place, there was not that really good.
Okay. Was he lucky? And he just seemingly lucked into the one area on campus that wasn't as secure and didn't have as much surveillance? Or did he actually know exactly what this area was? And that's the reason why he did the shooting there, knowing that he could get away if he were to do it right there.
Camera angles, cameras that can move around and really capture the full room. And so there was no imagery, according to authorities, there was no imagery of the actual attack. So you didn't see the person fire, turn, and leave. So they were having to piece together surveillance footage from outside, not just outside the building, outside the classroom, outside the building.
Why are you acting like Candace Owens? Wait, what do you mean? First of all, Candace Owens doesn't own conspiracy theories. That's number one. Number two, there are certain instances in the absence of official confirmation on certain shit. There are I'm working off of the information that they're giving us. Okay. And if the information that they're giving us as it stands currently is that these two shootings that happened in somewhat close proximity to one another, at least a proximity that's close enough that you can travel by car, and that there was the same rental car in both of these locations, okay? And then also on top of that, the official investigative body is confirming that there is a connection between the two, and they said that they actually have the suspect in the custody. Obviously, I'm gonna, while I'm waiting for additional information, I'm just, telling you what could potentially tie this tie these two things together. Okay, it's not me entertaining conspiracy theories. I'm just saying, what could it look like? What could a connection, which is confirmed, right? At least confirmed by official investigators. What could a connection between the two shootings be? One is seemingly a random act of violence. The other is seemingly a directed, targeted, deliberate assassination. We don't know yet if that is the case, but that's what it looks like, just judging by who the victims are. Okay? If he had gone into Brown University engineering building, okay, and then actually shot another professor that was somehow involved in research for some kind of nuclear project, and then did that, you'd be like, okay, this makes a lot of sense. As a matter of fact, this makes so much sense that it actually could be Iran even, okay, as retaliation. considering that America and Israel assassinated a bunch of Iranian nuclear scientists, right? But that's not, it doesn't seem to be the case, at least. The Brown University shooting seems like a random act of violence, whereas the Brookline shooting that took place with the MIT professor doesn't seem like a random act of violence, but instead seems like a targeted, deliberate assassination, and not even at his school, but directly outside of his home. Here's the timeline. Do your research. Timeline. Cameras capture potential shooter's route around Brown University. I mean, we already covered that stuff. I also don't know the area well enough to be able to give you an accurate assessment. But yeah, 2 to hours before the attack, security camera footage capture a person of interest, police say, may have been casing a quiet, affluent corner of College Hill, just out of reach of the busier streets that cross to the urban campus in Providence, Rhode Island. From 2 p.m. to 2:08, the earliest videos disclosed by police show a person of interest in dark clothing and a mask sauntering along Manning Street sidewalk before turning onto Cook Street and later onto George Street, passing stately mansions dating from the 19th and early 20th centuries. The person of interest will spend most of the next hour just about a block away from the much busier Hope Street, an unofficial eastern border of Brown's campus, and one of the better-known streets that traverses Providence's east side. From 2:08 to 2:13 p.m., the same person walks on Benevolent Street but pauses and turns around in front of the Aldrich House, home to the Rhode Island Historical Society, which has cameras near its main entrance and side door. A spokesperson for the society later declined to comment except say the organization is cooperating with investigators. The person is then seen along the side entrance of the Aldrich House where there is a small outing, and then behind its gated lawn and a row of trees on George Street. From 2:16 to 2:18, more unusual activity happens around the Aldrich House. Notes on a video shared by the FBI on social media and later deleted say the person abruptly turns west down George Street. Second individual follows. That second person can be seen on Cook Street carrying a small light-colored bag. Shortly after turning the corner, if the footage is accurate, the second person appears to run in the same direction of the person of interest. The person of interest ran moments earlier. Police on Wednesday shared new images of people with light-colored bags they want to speak with because of their proximity to the person of interest. The main subject of the investigation later makes a short appearance on Hope Street, walking on a sidewalk alongside the Brown campus. At 2:20 p.m., another video taken from the Historical Society building. The person is shown running east on Benevolent Street away from the campus towards Cook Street. The running clip is followed by a 30-minute gap, at least in the footage publicly disclosed. There is police activity / a manhunt in Salem, New Hampshire, confirmed to be connected to the Brown shooting. We can't even see it. Is it?
Tells 25 that investigates the suspected Brown University.
Wait, why is it not playing a live video? Okay.
Investigates has learned the identification occurred sometime late Wednesday, and authorities have been looking for him ever since. As far as we are aware, the suspect has not been located, and we have not been provided a name. I'm Rachel Keller.
And I'm Mark Ackerblum. Today's briefing that was scheduled for 4 o'clock, that was postponed suddenly.
What is this? I am hating right now. Bro, is it the speculation hour or is this the entertainment part of the broadcast? Are you trying to be silly or is this supposed to be genuine analysis because it's silly? Wait, what? What is silly? I'm just reading what the fucking news media is covering so far. The only time where I've made like any sort of speculation is off of what the information that's been revealed, and it's actually critical of the information that's been revealed thus far. I'm trying to make sense of what they are saying. I'm trying to make sense of what they've revealed so far. I don't know why you're fucking getting so ass mad about it. Peer-reviewed studies, you. Thank you. No bless yous in this chat. This is the liberal conspiracy theory currently. Trump was involved. Oh yeah, no, that's what chatters were sending me. Trump Media, the parent company of Truth Social, agreed to merge with a nuclear fusion company in a deal worth $6 billion. Because Nuno Loureiro was assassinated yesterday. He's a professor and director at MIT Plasma Science and Fusion Center, 47 years old, studied nuclear fusion. energy source of the sun plus stars for 10 years at MIT. The other liberal conspiracy I'm shocked people haven't actually mentioned is that Elon Musk only days prior was talking about nuclear fusion and how stupid it is and how no one should look into it at all or something along those lines. I'm shocked that they're not actually talking about how Elon Musk is related to this somehow. Okay, his award-winning work focused on creating a virtually limitless clean energy source on Earth, one that doesn't produce carbon or radioactive waste, usual byproduct of fission reactors. His research was essentially a threat to companies in the energy sector, fossil fuels, wind, solar, etc. Nuno was vital to the development of fusion nuclear power plants. Without him, the path ahead is less clear. Plus, his death will set back the entire field. Nuno is not the first MIT fusion scientist to be brutally murdered. In 2004, Eugene Milov was also shot in his home. I hope this opens eyes. There is an agenda at play. 188,000 likes. Yeah, this was only days prior to the assassination of Nuno. The sun is an enormous free fusion reactor in the sky. It is super dumb to make tiny fusion reactors on Earth. Even if you burn 4 Jupiters, the sun would still round up to 100% of all power that will ever be produced in the solar system. Stop wasting money on puny little reactors unless actively acknowledging that they are just there for your pet science project. Jesus fucking Christ. Twitter is basically 4chan now. Yes, it's been that way since the Elon Elon purchase. Trump's social media company is attempting a $6 billion merger with a nuclear fusion company. TAE Technologies partnered with the UK's Atomic Agency this month, has financial backing from the Russian government, and hopes to see fusion power the AI revolution. This is what is inviting all of these strange conspiracies. I'm a nuclear physics postdoc, and that comment just made me want to kill myself. Thank you. Don't do it. We can't lose more nuclear scientists. Okay?
Scheduled as yet, and we have, of course, a full crew out chasing this story, also talking to their sources. So let's start it off with Boston 25 investigative reporter Ted Daniel, who joins us live. He is down in Providence. And Ted, what are you hearing right now?
Mark, I'm told that a briefing will happen. They just don't have a time on it right now. As we've been reporting over the last couple hours,
how is the murder of Lorero going to impede anything in the public research front? Was his work peer-reviewed in public? Isn't his team still alive? The scientific community can absolutely develop his work. Yes, no one is saying that this won't be. Oh my God. Guys, the point is, it might be a setback. What if this person was like on the verge of some sort of pivotal discovery? Okay, that's it. That's all they're saying. If it didn't actually impede on, development, then Israel wouldn't be actively assassinating every nuclear scientist in Iran, right? It's not like it's one guy working on everything. It's not like one singular brilliant mind that cooks up everything, okay? Unless it's the Pakistani dude that was almost single-handedly responsible for Pakistan getting nukes. That was a one-guy situation, but that's rarely ever one guy, okay? I mean, that dude pretty much downloaded all of the info into his brain and then recreated the schematics by himself. But that, again, that's like very rare. But even the fact that that there can be a one guy style situation is probably the reason why, you could suspect that this could be that one guy. Who knows? Hasan, I thought a chatter said he had the professor and he wasn't involved in stuff like this. I mean, maybe the professor didn't know all of the breadth of this person's research. Another Jeffrey Epstein. Wait, what? Another Jeffrey Epstein has hit the timeline? A month ago, New York Times columnist David Brooks wrote a column decrying the media and political fixation on the Epstein story. This afternoon, House Democrats released a new tranche of photos of an event that Brooks attended with Epstein. That's awesome. Hey, guys, don't look into this thing, okay? Don't look into it too far, please. A New York Times spokesperson on why Brooks didn't mention the meeting in his column. As a journalist, David Brooks regularly attends events to speak with noted and important business leaders to inform his columns, which is exactly what happened at this 2011 event. Mr. Brooks had no contact with him before or after this single attendance at a widely attended dinner. Also, to all marveling at photos of New York Times columnist David Brooks dining with Jeffrey Epstein 2 years after Epstein finished his sentence for procuring a child for prostitution, here's what it was. The 2011 Edge Billionaires Dinner. Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos were there too. Wait, is this guy fucking serious? Okay, never mind. I was going to say, I thought this person was actually trying to defend David Brooks. But I think they are, also attacking other billionaires as well. I hope this person is not actually trying to somehow defend David Brooks here. I can't tell. There is more gnome photos. Oh my God. New photos of the House Oversight Committee of Noam Chomsky speaking directly with Jeffrey Epstein. Brother, what the fuck? Oh yeah, I saw the Brace Belden photo. You guys are so fucked up for that, okay? You're so fucked up for that. Because when I saw it at first glance, I was like, what the fuck? Y'all are fucked up, but it's messed up that everybody had a similar moment, like a brief pause where it's like, what? The House Oversight Committee has just released several more photos of this billionaire's dinner, including this one, which Epstein and Musk are in the same spot. You know what's really fucking crazy about this? They love taking photos. Like every billionaire and every millionaire, every super wealthy, super connected elite, okay, for some weird reason would never dare to be around Jeffrey Epstein without photographers everywhere, okay? They were like, hey, fuck the shadowy dark rooms with cigar smoke, okay? We should do this in the most lit, fluorescent light bulb having restaurants where there are photographers everywhere, okay? If you're going to hang out with Jeffrey Epstein, you have to make sure there are photographers present. Like you can be on a fucking private jet. You can be on a private jet. You can be on a PJ with Jeffrey and make sure we get flicked up, big dog. Make sure we get fucking flicked up. Old people love scrapbooks. It's fucking nuts, dude. It's so funny because especially in this one, Noam kind of looks like me on that one PJ with David Dobrik when I was leaving Coachella, and I turn around and I'm high as fuck on mushrooms. He's looking right at the camera like, oh, what's going on? Yeah, record scratch. You're probably wondering how I got here. Oh, there's also this aspect of it as well. This is also very, very interesting. I'm going to talk about this in a second. Look at these two besties. I know. It's so cooked. It's so fucking cooked, dude. It's so cooked. I saw someone say, not one person was like, guys, I don't think we should be taking so many photos, Lamau. Especially when you're in an environment like that. That is probably the highest likelihood that you are surrounded by at least one pedophile, okay? Like statistically, if you're going to a fucking billionaire super donor meal, you are probably way more likely to be around someone who is genuinely fucking evil. So why are you just like, oh, I can't wait to snap up. Hey, let's get flicked up, big dog. Love that. Love that for you. Love that for me. Let's go. We're all besties. And I've already talked about this before. Part of it is because, this was Jeffrey Epstein's job, right? Was to be the network between all these people and also compromise, photograph everything. And the other reason why a lot of these people seemingly did not give a shit about being photographed smiling for an event like this was because they felt untouchable. They felt completely untouchable. They're like, who the fuck's going to do anything? Just in, House Oversight, Democrats have published fresh photos taken inside of Jeffrey Epstein's estate showing a Ukrainian passport, a censored image of Bill Gates with a woman, text referencing the delivery of girls, and a foot tattooed with a line from Lolita. Also, Bilbo Baggins. How many fucking times was this dude? How many times was this motherfucker hanging out with Jeffrey, bro? At first, when we first got an inclination that old Bilbo Baggins over here, old Bilbo bitch tits, not Bill Burr, was hanging out. It was his wife, his ex-wife, that kind of, really called his ass out a little bit, okay? And was like, this is not great. Now, I thought she was using this as a way to just do a massive PR hit to Bilbo while they were going through this divorce, right? But what I find really strange is it turns out this motherfucker was hanging out nonstop. He was all over Jeffrey. Like, every time you find out, it's same with Noam Chomsky. You find out Noam Chomsky at first, a couple years ago, you find out that maybe Noam Chomsky actually met with Jeffrey Epstein's butler when he was in France. And you're like, that's strange. How the fuck did that happen? Why did that happen? Right? And then it's never once, and it's never with someone that's just like kind of connected with Jeffrey Epstein. You're literally like, every tranche that comes out, every new massive reveal that comes out, there's another photo with Noam Chomsky and fucking Jeffrey Epstein. Then there's a photo with Noam Chomsky and Steve Bannon. Then there's another photo, but this time Noam Chomsky's on the fucking Chomo Express. How is that possible? What's next? Are we going to see Noam sucking on Jeffrey's toes in the next photo? Him sitting on the dentist chair in just his tidy whities? Like, what the fuck is happening? Noam Chomsky hanging out with Ehud Barak in 2015. Chomsky choosing to stain his legacy by befriending an Israeli war criminal via Epstein is sad, but also contemptible in light of his undercutting of the BDS movement. Good memories, Chomsky to Epstein and Barak. Bro, stop answering every email. I mean, it's too late. He's like 950 years old. I don't even think he's able to fucking answer emails now. But like, what the hell, man? Some emails you don't answer. Stop. You guys are such fucking assholes. Jesus Christ. Listen. You can accuse me of many things, but you can't accuse me of being a libertarian in any way, shape, or form. I am not an anarchist. Okay? So, that's the one thing. Multiple angles, bub. Y'all are such fucking assholes, dude. Y'all are such douchebags, bro. Why do I need fucking haters, man? I got literally the worst. I got 33,000 of the worst haters in here right now. Okay, you know how sometimes people be like, oh, do you feel like, oh, come on. You know how sometimes people will be, how many fucking angles did you make? Sometimes people ask me the question like, what percentage of your audience do you think are actually hate watching right now? I have the answer. It's called 100%. Okay? 100%. Y'all need to stop. You guys make jokes like this, and then my haters fucking take them, and then they blast them everywhere. And in this day and age, because people are so fucking stupid, they believe it, dude. They straight up fucking believe it. Not our fault you were on the plane, little bro. Bro, how old are you in that picture? You've aged incredibly well. Thank you. Wow, I'm a new viewer. This is very damning. How many photos did you take? But yeah, the point is, when you find out anyone, and I mean anyone, is in any way, shape, or form publicly connected to Jeffrey Epstein or was around Jeffrey Epstein at a fucking public event or something, just know that there is going to be probably 15 more photos. Okay? Minimum. I just saw on Barry Weiss's The Free Press that you were on the plane with Chomsky and Jeffrey. Do you have a defense? First of all, if I was on the plane with Jeffrey Epstein and Noam Chomsky, Barry Weiss would be coming to my defense. Okay? Make no mistake. The Free Press would be promoting me as like a hero and how one of the more tolerant voices that is somewhat critical of Israel, but not that critical ultimately. And we should actually open space for a diversity of opinion. Okay? The Epstein story, count me out. Not so fast, David. House Stems will release more photos provided the oversight committee from Jeffrey Epstein's estate. What is this? Here's a weird as fuck picture with Jeffrey Epstein and some women. Oh my God, brother. What the hell? More Bill Gates. More Bill Gates. More Bilbo. Bro, I swear to God. Dude, these guys, it was like, it was so exciting for them, I think. Because it's like, you do it once, you're like, oh man, I'm fucking hooked. I have to hang out with the pedophile sex trafficker, dude. He is such great company. This kind of shit blows my mind, dude. It's like how does one man have so much time to do so many social functions? Like, I don't even understand what this guy's social calendar looked like. Bilbo, when he was outed as being connected to Jeffrey Epstein by his now ex-wife, by the way, straight up turned around and was like, oh, we just met one time barely. Don't even fucking know the guy. Hate the guy, actually. Hate the guy. Please do not assume that I was pictured in a million different photos with Jeffrey Epstein, the prolific international sex trafficker of children as well as adults. This is a Lolita tattoo on the foot of someone with the Lolita book in the background. For those of you who don't know, obviously Lolita is a story about pedophilia. That's also part of the reason why it's titled Brace Belden with Jeffrey Epstein. TrueAnon responds, at the time I was faculty at MIT Media Lab working on what would become the online downloadable radio. Epstein funding was crucial for our work. I only met him 36 times. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, a real hero. He invented podcasts. And so did Jeffrey Epstein, I guess, by way of Brace Belden. Here's Jeffrey dressed up in the garb. Photo of the island temple that's very suspicious. There is a selection of Lolita-themed body drawings taken from the new Epstein release. She was Dolores on the dotted line. What? What is that word? Dolores is the girl in Lolita. I did not read it. She was Polly at the school. She was low, plain low in the morning, standing 4 feet 10 in one sock. Dolly, D brother. You know what's crazy about this, for the record? We know Jeffrey Epstein was straight up illiterate and could not read or write. So the very fact that the one book that he seemingly read and wrote quotes from on the body of someone was Lolita is enough to put him in prison, okay? If you know a motherfucker who can't read or write, but seemingly they can't drop this copy of Lolita that is definitely well read. I mean, look at the damage on this shit, okay? Yeah, you can't even spine check that bitch. That thing has been crumpled up multiple times. Probably some pages stuck together, if you know what I'm saying. This guy really read the fuck out of that book. The one time he read a book was Lolita. He can't read. Have you seen his email correspondence? Geez, was it a smut book? I don't think it's I wouldn't say it's like I don't know. I don't know that if the intention was for it to be a smut book. But if you are a pedophile, I think you can get that out of it, seemingly as Jeffrey Epstein did. Yeah, it's supposed to be an indictment of pedophilia. My anti-pedophilia work is now being celebrated by pedophiles all around the world. It's a criticism of its subject matter, but it's not sufficiently critical, and it does kind of linger on the lewd sexual aspects as if they weren't rape. The thing about Lolita is it's supposed to be a very scathing indictment of a pedo, and pedophiles take it and are like, oh my God, wait, this is so hot actually. Arrest warrant issued for the suspect in Brown. Yeah, we're waiting on that. I just moved into this direction because there is some new data dumps that came out. Big dumps. There's a CNN video on it as well. Let's take a look at what CNN is saying about it, I guess, while we wait for the Brown University shooter apprehension.
To release all the Epstein files. We just got 5 more pictures from the Epstein estate, courtesy of Democrats who are eager to keep this story in the headlines. The photos were provided without context. CNN's MJ Lee is here. MJ, can you tell us what these images show?
Yeah, Dana, first of all, I'm really glad that you said that these photographs have been released without any kind of context. We shouldn't be reading into them. What we can do is simply describe what we are seeing here. And certainly we can talk about the political context that is behind all of this as well. The photos as...
Oh, shit. Parapower mapping. Absolute clock. Hey, I just noticed something. Oh, my God. I mean, it could be a total coincidence, but contextually, very, very strange. Hasan, you are a little bitch. When are you going to start crying about Asmongold? Not anytime soon. Why are you concerned about this? Shouldn't you be watching him instead? Did you get bored of the yeah-bastes? So you came in here? We're calling your president a pedophile, dog. Okay? You got some takes on that? The guy you fucking love is a pedophile, I think. Or at the very least was writing freaky-ass bullshit to a very famous pedophile. Yeah. Pedo president. Yeah, based. He's watching you right now. That's why the freaks are here. Yeah. Chatter is 30. That's so sad. Yeah. Hasan, you're being very uncharitable. These clips are out of context. What if in all of these photos, the moment afterwards, they put their thumbs down and said boo? Yeah. While they were writing this Lolita reference on the body of a woman, they were actually shaking their head in disagreement. And it doesn't actually show that. And that's why it's out of context. They were actually trying to, much like Lolita, make a statement about how pedophilia is bad and wrong.
As you said, were just now released by Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. They were obtained from the Epstein estate, and committee Democrats also are saying that they were received without the context. So it's not as though they are holding back context that they otherwise have from the estate. So here are the 5 new photographs. First, we have, if you see up there on the screen, a woman's foot with a quote from Lolita. This is a novel about a man sexual obsession with a 12-year-old girl. You see in the background there the actual book itself. And then we have a photo that appears to be a series of text messages sent by somebody, and again, we don't know who, discussing, quote, sending girls. Let me just read some of these texts. I don't know, try to send someone else. One text says, I have a friend Scout. She sent me some girls today, but she asks $1,000 per girl. I will send you girls now. Maybe someone will be good for Jay. Don't know who Jay is. Redacted information, I think we are seeing as well about this girl, presumably, including age and height measurements. The next photo is what appears to be a Ukrainian woman's passport. No context there, of course, about who this person might be. And then we have 2 photos, one of philosopher Noam Chomsky on a plane with Epstein, and then Bill Gates posing for a photograph with a woman, but the woman's face has been redacted by the House Democrats. They've been doing this to, they say, to make sure that they are protecting the identities of potential Epstein victims. And I should just be careful to note that Gates has previously said that he regrets.
I like how they're not using any of the 4chan slang that QAnon acolytes believe the Epstein's trafficking ring used. Yeah, because they were making that shit up, because their conspiracies are just conspiracy theories and they're far-fetched and they're stupid. Apparently, the real international sex trafficking of minors ring that was taking place in the highest levels of American society was straight up like, hey, do you want to do rapes on children? Here are the fucking 18-year-olds classifications or whatever the fuck they were doing. Like, it's literally, they were just doing it in broad daylight, okay? There is no, like, cheese pizza or hot dogs, no code words, only photos, literally photographing every part of this process, okay? Total impunity. Who's going to get us? Who's going to say anything? That is, I think, one of the greatest ways of destroying the QAnon-style conspiracy theories was the idea that these like societal elites would actually feel the necessity to do OPSEC, that they would actually try to simultaneously send these sorts of emails on the fucking company email, which they apparently were, for the record, or at least they were using their personal emails, personal email accounts, but like they would feel the necessity to like shelter others from what the fuck they're doing, you know? Nope. Turns out they were just like, we love photographing our illicit acts. I'm a big fan of this. Please, let's take more photos.
Meeting with Epstein, whereas Chomsky has previously declined CNN's request for comment. So, Dana, there's nothing here that explicitly seems to sort of depict any kind of sexual misconduct. But again, without any kind of proper context, we have no idea what these text messages are supposed to suggest, what the significance of these images might be. But as you say, you know, this has been sort of a pattern that we have seen from House Democrats, sort of a slow rolling release of small batches at times of information that they have gotten from the Epstein estate. And Republicans on the committee have certainly accused Democrats of cherry picking certain information to release a little bit at a time for political reasons. And I do think it is an important question to sort of ask what the service might be that Democrats think they are serving by doing this in this manner when they could be releasing perhaps everything at the same time, or maybe waiting until we do have the context so we can understand what exactly we are seeing here.
Well, we're talking about it. So that gives the answer to your question. And we're doing it, I should say, not to be flip. We are doing this because it is an important news story, particularly on the eve of the important date on the calendar tomorrow, which is the DOJ is, by law, supposed to release the Epstein files. So what we are seeing is perhaps, yes, sort of examples or illustration of some of what we're going to see, much of which might not have the context in and around them.
Is this how your haters see context? I don't even know what you're referencing here, but the reason why like people who are super pro-Israel, like Dana Fash, for example, have no issue covering this story or are not like invested in sheltering the public from the story at all because it's a high-profile story, is because, one, it would invite way more suspicion if CNN somehow magically didn't cover the story. Everybody understands why Fox News refuses to cover it, right? But also, the other reason is because in the normie sphere, if you haven't noticed, in the normie sphere, there is very little coverage of Jeffrey Epstein's dealings with Ehud Barak, or with Israel in particular. Okay? So they give you everything, but not everything. Some of the connective tissue that would invite suspicion about Jeffrey Epstein's dealings with the state of Israel are oftentimes left out from mainstream coverage, if you noticed. There has, for example, been very little coverage from mainstream resources, if at all, about the numerous dealings that Jeffrey Epstein had with the state of Israel. None whatsoever. It's very suspicious. The Epstein story reveals the corruption of a broad swath of the U.S. elite while featuring a certain nasty little Middle Eastern regime in a starring role. Pro-Israel insiders disliked the story and wanted to go away for the same reason. Yeah, extraordinary journalism that also ought to put some of the some of the nonsense around the Epstein story, but probably won't. The untold story of how Jeffrey Epstein got rich, and this story basically reveals that Jeffrey Epstein is like a small-time con man who just seemingly leveled up all of his cons by being a real charmer until he got to like Les Wexner. Okay. That's what it makes it. That's how they present it on the New York Times. It was like their big budget Jeffrey Epstein investigation. It's unique, let's just say. And Julie K. Brown responded, said, hundreds of girls and young women were sexually assaulted by Epstein and other men men he associated with. I don't think that is nonsense. Huge story from New York Times investigation into Trump and Epstein. Don's best friend, how Epstein and Trump bonded over the pursuit of women. So they're, on the one hand, tying Jeffrey Epstein back to Donald Trump. Okay. But also on the other hand, I mean, they're doing a decent job with that. And so are the Democrats. But on the other hand, they just, I feel like they use Donald Trump as like a red herring. It is very strange that the only coverage around Jeffrey Epstein's connections directly to Israeli spies, yes, Israeli spy Yoni Koren, who stayed at Jeffrey Epstein's apartment, or Ehud Barak, or the numerous deals that he cut selling Israeli spyware to the countries all around the world. All that stuff is left out from mainstream discourse. Okay? And it is very interesting. Very interesting. So in some ways, it's like, in some ways, they make you feel like your curiosity is satisfied. And in other ways, I think they just leave some of this information out.
It's exactly what we're getting today.
Yeah, that's right. And, it's not as though there is some public rollout plan that we've gotten from the Justice Department about how tomorrow might go if these files end up being released tomorrow to begin with. But we do generally expect that whenever these files are released by the Justice Department, it will be broader in scope than anything else that we have seen so far. I mean, we are talking about years and years of information that the DOJ might have access to, but we don't know, for example, Dana, what kinds of redactions are being made. I've spoken to Epstein survivors who have said they've not been contacted in any way by the DOJ. Lawyers for them have said, some of us have been contacted, others have not, to discuss redactions.
For the record, in terms of her own personal connection to the story, okay, worth noting, Jeremy Bash, former chief of staff of the CIA and the Department of Defense, and the ex-husband of CNN host Dana Bash, had dealings with a top Israeli spy who stayed for weeks at a time at Jeffrey Epstein's apartment in New York. They continued to coordinate privately together for years. Just so you know. So and to be fair to Dana, this was a relationship or a marriage that lasted from 1998 to 2007. Okay. So I believe this happened after they were married. She then married CNN co-anchor John King until from 2008 to 2012. But, the whole, it's a big club and everyone is just somehow involved in it is, it's a part of that.
And then I think we should be just taking a real effort to make sure the conversation is being brought back to the survivors. Some of them have told me that the slow rolling nature of these disclosures. But
like I said, I am not saying that Dana Bash was knowledgeable on everything that was going on. I'm not implying that. I'm not saying that at all. Like I said, she was married to this person up until 2007.
Have been incredibly triggering because they don't know when these images might suddenly pop up on their TV screens or on the internet. And some of these images, when they see them, sort of bring them back to the moments that they experience this kind of trauma and abuse from Jeffrey Epstein and perhaps others around him.
Yeah, a very, very important note there, MJ. Thank you so much. Appreciate your reporting. And my smart panel is back here. David Chalian.
Well, I keep thinking as I'm listening to this and looking at these developments, what if, as Susie Wiles said, Pam Bondi did not completely whiff at the Epstein files, as the White House Chief of Staff described the Attorney General's approach in this beginning? And what if the administration sort of...
Hasan loves the Zionists when they're attacking whites. This guy would never walk through a black community alone. Abu Hamza, 97. Definitely a very real account. And not just a straight up Nazi LARPing with an Arab name. Grifting, fraud, homosexual. You'll get him next time, chatter.
Followed Political Crisis Management 101, got their arms around this, put out everything, and they would be able to provide all the context around it. You wouldn't have moments like this of the House Democrats, being able to like put stuff out drip by drip and create a daily headache for the administration. I know that's backward looking, but as I was just listening to MJ, I was like, the administration had an opportunity here. One, by the way, that the president's own base was demanding to see everything and put their frame around it, and they did not take that opportunity.
Listen to what AOC said about sort of her commentary or analysis of what we're seeing out of the White House vis-a-vis what's happening in the world of the release of the Epstein files. Oh, forgive me, quote, it's not a soundbite. Reminder, here's what she said, reminder that the Epstein files are supposed to be released on Friday, and every political development that you see between now until then should be viewed with that in mind.
Yeah, I think that it's also, yes, and also what the president did when he signed the legislation from Congress to release these files, I remember he really framed it as the Democrats are too focused on this, I want to move on, get it out, and whatnot. But as David points out, this is something that his own Justice Department could have done months ago. He didn't have to be forced by this bipartisan majority in the House and the Senate to release these files. And I think the whole episode, politically speaking, really showed just the weakness of two leaders of the Republican Party. One obviously being Trump, that he let this, what he didn't want for so long actually happen, and also the weakness of Mike Johnson. I mean, clearly the rank and file overrode him. He did not want this on the floor. He followed the wishes of the president to not put this up for a vote. And it just really, and this is kind of also where the dam started breaking. We saw breaks from Republicans, breaks coming from Republicans to Donald Trump on a lot of other issues. Obviously, it could be related to his poll numbers, which aren't very good right now. But this is really, almost a seminal episode of this. Of the saga, if you will, between the Republican Party and Donald Trump.
That's a good point.
I think that's actually a really great point. You obviously cautious with connect.
Someone said, "Did you kill your dog?" Yes, she's dead now.
Connecting trend lines or different elements that you're seeing, but this was the first time I think everybody looked around and thought, oh, there are some Republicans, not a ton, but there are some Republicans, at least initially, who are willing to buck kind of the leader that knows.
God, the commentary is so fucking boring on this. Okay, I'm sorry. No disrespect to CNN, but kind of disrespect to CNN. Yeah, so many people accidentally hanging out with post-conviction Jeffrey Epstein, just slipping on banana peels and falling into his Manhattan apartment. Once again, a statement followed the New York Times because these photos came out of David Brooks, who had conveniently written an article about, you know, this Jeffrey Epstein stuff, count me out of it, not really interested in it, and you shouldn't either. He wrote that for the New York Times. So, of course, when these photos came out, everyone was like, the fuck? You're photographed at an event with the pedophile that you are telling people to stop paying attention to. That's kind of strange. And so their statement was, as a journalist, David Brooks regularly attends events to speak with noted and important business leaders to inform his columns, which is exactly what happened at this 2011 event. Mr. Brooks had no contact with him before or after the single attendance at a widely attended dinner. Trump sent Epstein. This is the other thing that I wanted to talk about. This is the exhaustive proof that Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein were very close and cooperated extensively in their sexual pursuits. This is from the piece from the New York Times. Trump said, here's some choice quotes from it. Trump sent Epstein modeling cards to peruse like a menu. In an email among those released by Congress in November, Mr. Epstein boasted he gave Trump a 20-year-old woman whom Mr. Epstein dated in the 90s. During a flight together in the early 90s, Mr. Trump came on to another Epstein employee traveling with them, telling her that he could have anyone he wanted, according to a different Epstein worker who learned of the incident. A separate Epstein employee from that era recalled that Mr. Trump would occasionally send over modeling cards for Mr. Epstein to peruse, like a menu. She remembered one call in the mid-1990s on which the two men discussed how much pubic hair a particular woman had and whether there was enough for Mr. Epstein to floss his teeth with. On another, Mr. Trump told Mr. Epstein about having sex with another woman on a pool table, the former assistant said. But this is the most damning part of this. During a trip to the bathroom, they ran into Mr. Trump's new wife. This is Trump's wife, the one that he like buried under the golf course, okay? The one that I believe also accused him of sexual assault. Trump's wife, to the mother of a 14-year-old model, said, "Do not let her near my husband." During a trip to the bathroom, they ran into Mr. Trump's wife, whom they had met earlier. Oh wait, no, this is Marla Maples. Sorry, this is not the one that was. This is not Ivana, who is Ivanka's mother, was the one who accused him of sexual assault. This is wife number 2. I apologize for getting the wives wrong. During a trip to the bathroom, they ran into Mr. Trump's new wife, whom they had met earlier. Miss Maples clasped her hands, Miss Coleman recalled, and looked her in the eye. "Whatever you do, do not let her around any of these men, and especially my husband," she told Miss Coleman. "Protect her." This is the mother of the often forgotten ugly duckling Trump, Tiffany's mom. Donald Trump actually avoids mentioning Tiffany completely, as a matter of fact, despite the fact that Tiffany Trump actually had a blossoming career in music and was way ahead of the game with her ambitious music project that she put together alongside the rapper Logic, available on Amazon Prime Music. Okay, now I have to play that song. Sorry. This is Marla Maples' daughter, Tiffany Trump. Like a Bird, with Sprite and Logic. Just question mark in the description.
Special things uncover me. You know what you say, baby, baby, don't you go. Everybody's partying, obsessing over crazy things. I just want serenity while living it out.
This is the gayest music of all time, and I do low-key feel like it was ahead of the game. Someone said this is like AI music, just 10 years too early before AI could make such a banger, dude. This is early brat, okay? Tiffany walked so Charlie XCX could run. This part is so good. Look at her, look at her, look at her, look at her.
Top cold when a spoiler. We living it up. Shine like aluminum foil in the club. The moon and the stars ain't got nothing on us.
Special things uncover me. You know what you say. Baby, baby, don't you go. Forget about this party game. Obsessing over crazy things. I just want serenity while living it all. Every time you love me, you're something that I've fallen for. You know what to say. Baby, baby, don't you go. I know what you're feeling, baby. You know that I'm rolling, baby. If you feel the beat, and you're living it.
It just feels like she's also trying to catch her breath, like over and over again while she's in the process of singing this song, okay? Which I think is awesome. Fame is a gun nachos. She was pregnant with Addison here. Served this country harder than her father. And JoJo thinks she invented gay pop. Legendary rare Trump family serve. This is Grimes for conservatives. This legit sounds like one of those weird ringtones that come on flip phones. They should have played this at the inauguration. I can imagine her presenting this to her father, to her family at the dinner table, and she's just feeling the song while her family just stares at her with grief and annoyance. I don't know why, but the Amazon Prime sticker in the upper left corner just makes it even more hilarious. It's giving 2000s realness. I'm actually obsessed. This sounds like a Tubi movie soundtrack. Okay, don't come after Tubi like that. That's crazy. Tiffany XCX, dude. She's a real one. Y'all don't understand. Hello, I am from Israel. This is my music. Okay, honestly, Israel could never. Israel could never. I feel like that is more workable than Israeli music. Also, because it's not psytrance. Okay, it's not. So it's not from. Is not from Israel. That's how you know it. What is this?
Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know who that man is.
But I would love to get a photo with him.
I'm sorry, who's here? Jeffrey Epstein? The man with the evil island? I've heard some very bad things.
Would he take a photo with me, though?
No, sorry, I can't make it tonight. I have dinner with this
mysterious man who I've never heard of before, yet I'm giving my time to.
Jeffrey Epstein. Have you heard of him?
We will be taking a photo together.
Okay, this is true though. Like, it's jokes, but also seemingly not jokes. That's what happened.
Yes, I do run a giant tech corporation and I take it very seriously, but if 90% of my time is not spent taking photos with Jeffrey Epstein,
then what is it all for?
I just want to make it clear though that I do not know no one knows who this man is, but we all need to get a photo with him for some goddamn reason. I'm sorry, what's her name?
Ghislaine Maxwell?
I don't know who that is, but her name starts with Jizz, so...
Get her in the photo op.
Yep. Jokes are real, dude. At least like with the home photos, like, which we haven't even seen too much of. Okay. Oh, Lukashenko glazing Xi in China. I love, dude, the Lukashenko interview is so funny. I saw pieces of this, including this one. I mean, because it's Lukashenko, he's just a very funny guy. All right, let's watch. He said, so, isn't she like a Newsmax person? Like now, former Fox News anchor Greta interviewing Lukashenko here for, I assume, Newsmax. Let's take a look.
What's he like? What's President Xi
Какой он
like?
человек?
Он китаец.
I wish one day they will remember me this way. When they go, what's he like, Hasan Piker? He is Chinese.
What does that mean?
Что это значит?
Это значит, что он
It means he's smart, neat, impossibly calm,
аккуратный,
just like all the Chinese.
спокойный до невозможности, как все китайцы. Это их особенность. Они
A peculiarity of theirs is that they don't rush
никуда не
anywhere.
торопятся. Это умные
They are
люди,
smart
которые
people, an extremely ancient civilization.
цивилизация древнейшая, которые понимают.
Dude, he is the best, dude. I mean, he's not for understandable reasons, but like, he's such a fucking funny character. It's everything. Every time this motherfucker's on camera, it's bangers. Okay? They understand that sooner or later, that existing problem has to be resolved.
Рано или поздно проблема, которая существует, должна быть разрешена.
What's he like?
He's New York mayoral material. I do love Lukashenko. That photo op that he did with Steven Seagal. That's one that that's one that I absolutely love. Like with the fucking big old carrots and shit. What is this, bro? I thought we were covering the new Tiffany Trump song. No, I moved on already. He just hands him a raw turnip. I made my first ever emo for the community. Libama. It doesn't work. Where are the hands? Barry Weiss Town Hall ratings disaster. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I saw that already. Scoop. After an underwhelming ratings performance for Barry Weiss's Town Hall with Erica Kirk, the CBS news editor-in-chief quietly delayed a planned address to staffers about the network's future, pushing it back to January instead. What happened? Fucked up. I thought she was popping. I thought she was going to get shit popping over at CBS. This is not going to work for us, okay? Anyway, I don't know what the hell happened with this conference, by the way. Oh, she's bringing J.D. Vance onto CBS. Oh, that's going to be good. Yeah, no, this is... Are we still capable of talking to each other? CBS News and the Free Press think so. Introducing Things That Matter, debates, town halls, live audiences, hard questions, debuting in 2026. Brought to you by Bank of America. This is what I was talking about when I tweeted the whole like the anti-woke backlash is here already, but because corporations are so slow to respond to things like this, cultural forces in general, it's gonna lean into deep into 2026. Worst website to post on, but culture is already swinging back to stigmatizing and dunking on the ugly and often violent anti-woke cry-bully behavior. That was the MAGA rallying cry. However, corporations lag and will continue their pivot to posturing right deep into 2026. So that is absolutely like the cultural correction against far-right demonstrations is already here. It's not as organized, but the anger and resentment towards that sort of thing is already here. But of course, the likes of Bank of America are not going to move as fast, which is precisely the reason why they're still doing dumb shit like this. Bank of America sponsoring CBS News' right-wing town hall series. They're dunking on Olivia Reingold. My magnum opus, dedicated to all the ideologues of my childhood, the Jewish parents who raised Mamdani voters. When your magnum opus is 1,000 words and probably required 6 15-minute phone interviews. Press conference delayed indefinitely? Did you already see this? Oh, yeah. Jeffrey's on a Barstool podcast. Well, first of all, it's not just any Barstool podcast. This is PFD's podcast, macro dosing. Okay. So it's, you know. Hakeem Jeffries on a Barstool podcast. President Trump promised as candidate Trump, no more foreign wars, and he's doing the exact opposite.
What is your view on the Trump brinkmanship towards Venezuela?
Yeah, well, I'm not supportive of it at all. I think that this effort potentially to try to trigger regime change is very dangerous. We've seen this happen in other parts of the world, particularly in Iraq. It never works out. And the last thing that we need is another failed war. As a matter of fact, President Trump promised as
I've got bad news about Braze. Yeah, no, it's fine. He explained it. At the time, he was faculty at MIT Media Lab working on what would become online downloadable radio. Epstein's funding was crucial for our work. I only met him 36 times. And he only sucked on Epstein's toes. I think. I mean, he didn't reveal that, but he revealed that to me. And also, he always kept his underwear on whenever he was on the premises. So it's you know, in all 36 times he kept his underwear on. So you guys don't have to worry about that stuff if that was what you were worried about. And the socks were on, so it wasn't gay. And he said no homo afterwards. Clearly Woody Allen. Yes, it is Woody Allen, chatters. It's not that's the joke. Okay.
candidate Trump, no more foreign wars. And he's doing the exact opposite by potentially triggering one as it relates to Venezuela. I don't support the Maduro regime, but there are bad actors all across the world. And we've got a lot of problems here in this country that we need to resolve in order to make sure that, you know, people have the ability to provide for themselves and their families. Far too many people, like literally middle-class people, are struggling to live paycheck to paycheck.
God, he's so fucking hot. God, I'm just, oh, he's so sexy. He's so charismatic. How did we, as Americans, arrive at such a sexual dynamo as the leader of the opposition? Like, you don't even have to be a Democrat. You can just be a person who wants democracy to thrive. And every day, wake up and think to yourself, thank God Hakeem is leading the charge. That's how I feel, at least. Anyway, what is this in regards to the economy?
So there was this blog post that went,
why $140,000 is the new poor? Hakeem is my dad, and he said, shut up. He's my daddy, and I will never shut up. America Fest starts in like 10 minutes, and they brought the tent? No. What the fuck is going on, brother? Oh, my God. Oh, my God, that's crazy. They brought the fucking tent. Not only did they bring the tent, okay, what I also found somewhat strange was that they are unironically. So Turning Point USA, our first AmeriFest without Charlie begins today. Though we feel his absence in every way, what he built will continue here, louder and stronger than ever. Let's make this one count for Charlie. Toilet Paper USA, as you guys know, do these sorts of conferences. But what's crazy about it is that they're also unironically posting the We Are Charlie Kirk song. I guess not, though. I guess technically they're just saying we're all Charlie Kirk is like the rallying cry. I wonder if they're going to. I wonder if they're going to actually do the carry the flame. If they do the carry the flame thing in the opening, because if they do, I will die. Okay. 20 minutes according to their official Rumble link. Oh, you're talking about the Turning Point USA conference. I don't even know if I'll be around for then because we have to do Fear End much earlier today because of Will. But hopefully I'll have some time to take a look at it. Let's take a look at how Fox is covering it, though. TPUSA's AmeriFest expected to draw a huge crowd in honor of Charlie Kirk. He carries the
Turning
flame.
Point. Today is the first day of Turning Point USA's America Fest, which is a 4-day celebration of faith, freedom, and American values. This year, the conference will be, of course, dedicated to the late Charlie Kirk with a speech from his widow, Erica, set to take place later today.
There was no daylight between Charlie and I, so I witnessed everything firsthand, front row seat. Charlie did have a phenomenal way of communicating with the young men of Gen Z and millennials, actually, honestly, every generation, to be quite frank. I view it as a holistic thing. You can't just focus on the female, and you can't just focus on the male. There is a beautiful balance of having the two turn into one of you're an American.
Our next guest will also be speaking at AmFest on Saturday. Riley Gaines is the host of the Gaines for Girls podcast, and she joins me now. Riley, good morning to you. It will no doubt be a deeply powerful and moving 4 days. What does it mean to you to be up there and speaking to this crowd on Saturday?
Well, Carly, very good to be with you. I have been through all of the emotions over the past 3 months, like many Americans have, even people who didn't necessarily have a personal relationship with Charlie. I think initially in learning the news that he had been assassinated, of course, it's total disbelief and shock, but then that transforms into grief and being tearful. And then I'm not proud to say it, but it kind of transforms into anger and rage and asking questions like, how could this happen? How are we witnessing people like government employees and healthcare workers and students, even teachers, celebrate this assassination? But I think in the days leading up to America Fest, it's starting today, seeing the discourse online, knowing how many, tens of thousands.
Damn, Riley looks extra bad today. That's crazy, which is unique because like that's kind of her thing, right? Like she's just a fucking whole ass loser in every shape and form, but I don't know what the hell's going on today with her. God damn.
Thousands of people from all across the country are going to be there. I now feel totally optimistic and inspired and hopeful. I've been on about 10 campuses this semester and following Charlie's footsteps. And what I've seen from
She's a mother. They going to come after you? You think I give a fuck that there are Riley Gaines defenders out there? Or did you mean Erica Kirk? Is she pregnant? Is Riley Gaines recently gave childbirth or something? Is that what you're talking about? You've awoken the mama bear. Oh, brother, here we go. Oh, no. Not mama bear. Yeah, she's pathetic and sauceless.
kids, especially in these high schools, you're talking 15, 16-year-old kids, just the stirring within them to get involved and to live a life like Charlie Kirk did, really, really powerful. So I can't wait. I'm excited.
What the fuck?
I think it will be heavy, of course. I imagine there will be videos and, you know, messages.
Why am I balding in these? What the hell is going on? I'm no neck Ed and I'm balding. I mean, it's beautiful. It's beautiful artwork. Thank you, Chatter, for drawing me as a balding man with zero neck. I really do like the art style, your penmanship. There is a YouTube link. Erica will deliver the opening. Oh my God. Fucking Associated Press is there. Yo, I swear to God, mainstream media is trying to make this shit happen so bad. Like, apparently they were Charlie's biggest fans. I swear. They're doing Stan behavior. They're behaving like this is, you know. ICE agents at the exhibition hall. Hi, I'm in the exhibition hall of TPUSA's America Fest. Yes, these are real ICE agents. Yes, that's an HSI recruiting booth. Seems fine. Ugh. Gross. I cannot believe they brought the fucking actual tent, dude. Also, I mean, clearly it's not the whole actual tent, because I feel like there'd be more. I mean, I don't think they cleaned it. You know? It's missing the hats. They are sick people very much dealing with mental illness. How's the tent not submitted into evidence? I mean, I don't know. How is Charlie Kirk's phone not submitted into evidence? They added Charlie pics. Charlie's Prove Me Wrong tent at Turning Point USA. Oh my God. They didn't add. Imagine they add a pic from the day of. That would be fucking insane. It's reminiscent of the Unabomber's cabin in the FBI archives. Yeah, another thing that the government is responsible for, if you know what I mean. Shouts out to the clandestine operators. We're back. The crowd is waiting. There's a massive crowd waiting. Yeah, a lot of young folks in this massive crowd, from what I can see. And they're singing the national anthem as they wait for the doors to open at AmeriFest. Was that Lacey? Yeah, dude. Phase Lacey. Phase up. He's there. No, he said he apologized for voting for Trump, remember? That is so funny. Okay, in my headcanon, imagining Lacey being there is pretty funny. This sounds like how I'm currently feeling, constipated and bad. How dare you say that? You're just not a real American patriot. At no point in my life have I ever thought, oh, Can't wait to pass the time by singing my favorite song, the national anthem. I genuinely think it's weird and over the top and very performative to be like, oh, this is how much I love America, that I'm singing my favorite song ever, the national anthem. You are such a fucking dork if you do this. It's just so over the top. Congress calls it a day early. House Republicans call early Christmas break before Epstein files release. Republicans in the House have brought their Christmas recess a day forward before the DOJ is scheduled to release a tranche of documents related to the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Ain't no way. That's crazy. According to a floor update released by the Democratic whip, Catherine Clark of Massachusetts, the House will hold its final votes on Thursday afternoon, a change from the GOP's previously announced schedule, which would have seen these taking place on Friday. Under the guidelines of the Epstein Files Transparency Act, signed into law by President Donald Trump on November 19th, Attorney General Pam Bondi had a 30-day deadline to make publicly available all unclassified materials related to Epstein. Newsweek has contacted the DOJ through its website, and House Majority Leader Steve Scalise's D.C. office by phone outside of regular hours for comment. There's no evidence that the early recess stems from a desire to interfere with the release of the files or an indication that the DOJ's deadline could be affected by the altered schedule. However, many online commentators, as well as some Democratic lawmakers, have connected the decision with GOP's leadership's past reluctance to pursue full disclosure around the Epstein case. According to the text of the Epstein bill, Bondi had until Friday to release all materials. And there's a CNN exclusive. Inside the Justice Department's race to redact some Epstein files before Friday's release deadline. I don't know if the Department of Justice is actually actively trying to redact Epstein connections to Donald Trump, which I'm sure there is a lot of interest from the administration on. But I suspect there's more to it than that. You know what I mean? I suspect that there is more to it, the more that they are seeking to redact than simply just the Trump connections, if you know what I'm saying. But yes, tomorrow is going to be a banger day. It's Jeffrey Epstein release day. We shall see how that goes. I should have Brace on for that. And also Turning Point USA. There is just so much happening in the world. Oh my Lord. Maybe even, I mean, what the fuck, dude? Aiden Ross responds to Eric Swalwell. Sellout. Address innocent lives being killed every day in Gaza. Oh, shit. Okay, well, he got him on that. I can't lie. I can't believe that this is heartbreaking. Worst guy you know made a fucking absolute banger point. That's crazy. This is the most spectacular of the rarest of rare W's. He switched up. He told Trump how much he loves Israel. Yeah, no, I mean, he realized that he can't maintain an audience full of Nick Fuentes fans while simultaneously being pro-Israel. And he just, from what I understand, he just like leans into the Jewish lawyer memes and shit like that nowadays. But once again, this is the contradiction. Someone like Aiden Ross, who has collaborated with fucking neo-Nazis. Someone like Aiden Ross, who has openly celebrated Donald Trump, tried to get Donald Trump elected. Donald Trump did get elected. Can still turn around and do a "this you" on the average Democratic politician. And the reason why they can do this is because of this, is because the average Democratic politician is incredibly invested in defending Israel. That's it. even if he's doing this cynically, even if he's doing this completely cynically, under no circumstance do you, his profile pic is him as like the Jewish merchant, greedy merchant meme. Aiden recently got an NFL player to almost do an anti-Semitic touchdown celebration. No, that's what this is about. Swalwell came out and criticized it. The Los Angeles Jewish community is on edge after the Bondi Beach massacre. And what does this asshole ASAP Puka do? He promised an anti-Semitic touchdown dance for his Thursday night game. He should apologize or be dropped. Yeah, he was not getting dropped. Let's be real. I mean, it was a stupid thing. It was a stupid thing that he did. And it's one of those things where, like, you don't, there is under no circumstance do you do stuff like this. And yes, he got the boss call. Puka did get the boss call. He posted a stand with us, time out the hate sponsored message for the record. And the NFL also released a statement, apparently. Released a statement about the Rams wide receiver, Puka Nacua, who appeared on a controversial live stream with Aiden Ross and, among other things, practiced a dance that supported anti-Semitic tropes. Nacua has since apologized. The NFL strongly condemns all forms of discrimination and derogatory behavior directed towards any group or individual. The continuing rise of anti-Semitism must be addressed across the world, and the NFL will continue to stand with our partners in this fight. Hatred has no place in our sport or society. And this was Puka's apology. Stand up to Jewish hate. This blue button you sometimes see. What's his face? Van Jones wear as well. When I appeared the other day on social media live stream, it was suggested to me to perform a specific movement as a part of my next touchdown celebration. At the time, I had no idea this act was anti-Semitic in nature and perpetuated harmful stereotypes against Jewish people. I deeply apologize to anyone who was offended by my actions, as I do not stand for any form of racism, bigotry, or hate of another group of people. Yeah. Yeah, a former Israeli diplomat also called it out. But, like, I'm just saying, I think that the timing of this was insane, as I called out yesterday. I think that everything's anti-Semitism. No, this is anti-Semitic. Come on, dude. Jesus Christ. Like this is very deliberately doing an anti-Semitic meme. Okay? It's just that the person making him do that is Jewish and leans into it personally. Okay? And the point I was going to make overall is that the gesture is like this 4chan fucking gesture of like the greedy Jewish merchant gesture, okay? Where you clasp your hands together. The thing is, however, that like while the institutional the institutional stigma associated with numerous forms of bigotry, including anti-Semitism, has kind of withered away as a consequence of this administration's actions, and even people like Aiden Ross who played a formative role in this. I think there is still a little bit of motion. There is still a little bit of motion on that front, because like very quickly people were like, especially because of the timing of this, so close to the Bondi Beach massacre. Bondi Beach massacre. They pounced on it. Is Aiden Ross trying to have Jews lose white status actively? I've seen some bizarre clips. I mean, I think he's just not smart enough to think about this sort of stuff. Oh shit. What's up, dude?
Yeah, podcast.
I know. All right, everybody. I gotta go. I do have a podcast that I have to do. right now. Okay, I'm glad that they couldn't hear you. All right, I'm done for today. I apologize. I wanted to start even earlier, but I have to do Fear and Podcast early because Will has travel coming up and also important meetings coming up, and so we had to do it at this hour. Love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. There's, like I said, Turning Point USA conference that's taking place. We'll obviously be doing that. We'll obviously be covering that. Hopefully no war with Venezuela. And also the Brown University shooter and the information that has come out about it. So we'll cover all of that. And by this point tomorrow, I'm sure there will be more information. And also the Epstein file data dump that will take place. Yes. All right. Everybody, peace. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.